Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Let Jesus work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Oh, work it out. You work it out for Mother Teresa. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Let Jesus work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Oh, work it out. You work it out for Mother Teresa.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is David Patrick Carey with Church of the Eternal Logos. And today we should have a pretty fun stream. This is going to be a little bit of a different flavor from my usual content. And I got to give a special shout out to really three people. Christopher in our think tank. He's been a longtime supporter over at my website. And he mentioned one time, when we get together, so the think tank, the premium membership, we kind of get into a private Zoom meeting, and the group, it's men, Orthodox men from all over the world. We just kind of riff on the latest topics, and people share their perspectives and insights and thoughts. And he mentioned, this group, he's kind of disconnected from a lot of the craziness online and the media and everything. He's like, this is where I kind of come to get informed. And the second is my men's group at church. So this past Saturday, we had a men's group meeting, and it was offered to me by some of the guys. They go, man, you should just do more reflection on like current events and stuff like that. Because my streams typically are very topic focused. And then I really like to kind of dive deep or at least introduce various topics to you guys. And today's going to be something very different. We are going to be covering so much drama and things that are going on around the internet. And if you guys have something you want to kind of look into, I got tons of things. We're going to be looking at Trump's inauguration, some of his executive orders. We'll be looking at Elon's incredible salute. We'll be looking at Kat Von D has just become a catechumen in the Orthodox Church. We'll be talking about the recent, I guess in the last week or so, I just became aware of it like yesterday. And that is Sam Shamoun calling out Wes Huff for a debate. Wes Huff, you guys know I did a stream covering his debate with Billy Carson, which essentially derailed and wrecked Billy Carson's ancient alien career. And then he went on Joe Rogan, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today as well. I thought Wes did a fairly decent job on Rogan, and I appreciated that he was somebody who's actually a creationist, somebody who believes in the literal incarnation of Christ. But obviously, one of our contentions as Eastern Orthodox with Wes Huff is going to be his sola scriptura. And Sam Shamoun has been nailing him recently in a few streams that he's done, calling him out for a debate. And Wes, after he got done off Rogan, said, I'm going to be laying low. I'm not going to be doing debate. But I saw something that there's a rumor that he actually is going to be doing a fairly high profile debate here soon. So who knows? But we'll be covering some of that, going and back and forth between really just Sam talking to Wes, even though how I became aware of it was this. I think he's like a Black Hebrews Israelite guy, claiming that Wes Huff was clapping back at Sam Shamoun in regards to the sufficiency of Scripture, sola scriptura. And so I looked into it, and it was a video from like 3 years ago. So you can't trust these people. But I got clips from Sam Shamoun kind of calling out and laying out some of at least his problems with Wes Huff and things that he said during the Joe Rogan interview. We're going to be talking a little bit about Vivek. So if you guys aren't aware, Vivek Ramaswamy, the Indian gentleman who is running for the Republican candidacy concerning the president of the United States, who ended up dropping out and endorsing Trump, kind of came part of Trump's team and was supposed to be part of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency with Elon Musk. Apparently he's out. And the rumors are that he has overstayed his welcome. There's been a few reports coming out from Mar-a-Lago saying that Vivek basically has worn out his welcome, and he has said a few things in private that has upset people close to Trump. Some have speculated maybe it's Stephen Miller because of his views on immigration. And another source, supposedly close within Trump's orbit, said that he was already the Trump team was trying to distance themselves from him before the H-1B fiasco with him and Elon Musk. So we're going to be covering Vivek, and we'll be reading, for those of you who haven't heard, we're going to be reading the entire tweet that he put forth, claiming that essentially Americans are lazy. We venerate athletes and we degrade nerds. And this is why all of us white Americans need to essentially be replaced by Indian H-1B visas. So we're going to be covering some of that stuff as well. And the kind of flow of today's stream, guys, is if you have questions or comments, or you want to show some love and send some super chats in, I'll be reading those all as soon as they come in. So I want you guys to feel like that's why it's a little bit different vibe. It's not me like what was the last stream on Scottish Common Sense Realism. It's not me hammering a bunch of points and trying to lay forth a thesis or introduce philosophical concepts. We're going to be covering the news. We're going to be covering a lot of the stuff that's going on. And if you have a comment, as soon as it comes in, I'll be pulling it up. And so this is more of an interactive type stream. It's a kind of a new feel. And the third person, I said I needed to give credit to two people. One, shout out to Christopher. He knows who he is. Second was my men's group. And then my wife, she has been hammering me on that you need to do more streams talking about news, talking about, current events, things that are going on. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. And we got a lot of fun stuff. I know Sam Hyde just came out with a video kind of responding to Vivek like he did with Elon. So I have a clip of that. If you guys want to watch it, just send it in. Let me know. And I'll pull anything up. That's kind of what the point of these this type of stream is. And if you guys like this content at the end of it, we'll do more of them. Maybe we'll do one every week or 2 weeks where we just kind of grab a handful of news and kind of present it. Another thing that I have pulled up is shout out to Father Moses. Father Moses on his YouTube channel put out a video on the Hot Holy Matrix, which was a video of him talking to young Orthodox Christian men on kind of things to look out for in your pursuit for a wife. And this is, I guess, caused a little bit of stir, at least from what I've seen online, not by any Orthodox people of like serious merit. It seemed to be a few like Orthodox women online that are trying to tone police Father Moses concerning the way that, he's just direct in using the sort of vernacular and vocabulary of young men to talk about how you should pursue a wife. So I got that pulled up. We can dive into that. So if you guys have a specific topic regarding the news, feel free. We'll dive into all of it. Let's see. H. Brasi is been a COTEL crew member for 2 months and renewed their membership. Said, I got the membership problem figured out. I had to do it on desktop instead of the app. Brah, this song you're playing is hard. What is it? Oh, thank you. So it's, the intro song that I played for today is Rising and Fallen by B-Dive. Again, major shout out to B-Dive. B-Dive made a bunch of songs for me a few years ago, or not for me. He made songs and said I could use them. He was very gracious and said I could use them for my content and my live streams. And I told B-Dive, man, I love what you do. I love the beats. I love the sort of mix of like the sort of soul vibe with, a kick bass, something that has a kind of modern flavor. And B-Dive's the one that did all my ortho chants, which you guys can go to my video section on my YouTube channel. And I have all those ortho chants that kind of have a beat underneath them. Those are free. You can watch the whole thing online. So yeah, that song is called Rising and Fallen, and that is by B-Dive. Shout out to B-Dive. Great Orthodox brother. Hope he's doing well. I haven't talked to him in a while. I need to reach out to him. And H. Brasi sent another $5, says all lies. They either don't like his smell or he said something about Trump being a soy for appointing so many women and bullied him off. Are you talking about Vivek? H. Brasi, are you? I don't know if Vivek's the one bullying Trump. That doesn't seem to be the sort of take that I would suspect, but who knows? It sounds like, based on, again, some of these recent reports that are coming out, is he just kind of burnt all his bridges regarding the sort of Trump inner circle, and people just don't like him. And according to one classmate of Vivek, at least I saw this on X, who knows, unsubstantiated, allegedly, this former classmate of Vivek said at heart he is inherently anti-American, and that he sort of despises the, I guess, for lack of a better term, the sort of white male masculine American ethos, and that he has a sort of deep-seated hatred. People have been joking that Vivek may have been the guy that, gets shoved into the closet or the locker at school. And that's why he has all this animosity about American culture or whatnot. I don't know. We'll we're going to dive into all this stuff and see what the latest conversation is. But feel free, guys, if you have comments or thoughts on it, let me know. And let's see. Before we get going, because I got a bunch of stuff. Like I said, I also have a video. Did you guys see yesterday during the inauguration that Trump didn't have his hand on the Bible? Thought that was pretty interesting. So I got a video. Now, it seemed like Justice Roberts began the swearing in before Melania was there with, from what I heard, was the Bible that Donald Trump's mother gave him, and then the Lincoln Bible, and he was going to be sworn in on that. But he didn't have his hand on it, which has caused some speculation. And even my good friend Dr. Michael Moeller, he was watching it live. He's like, dude, did you see Trump didn't have his hand on the Bible? And I was like, what? I didn't see that. So then I looked it up, and sure enough, he didn't. Was it because Justice Roberts already began swearing him in? Not sure. It seemed like that it was that way, but again, I got the whole video. We're going to get into all that stuff. And as I said, Kat Von D, the famous tattoo artist. I don't know if you guys are aware. I have some stuff regarding her. She has just become a catechumen in the Eastern Orthodox Church. Glory to God for that. And maybe this was, it seems to be part of the sort of shift in American culture right now regarding the acceptance of Eastern Orthodoxy and its growth among young people. You know, we just did a stream last week being a little bit critical of Joe Webbin. He's a Reformed pastor, I believe, out of Texas. And he thinks that this whole Eastern Orthodox rise in the West is more of a fad. Doesn't seem to be, but certainly there's been a massive increase since 2020. And so we're going to look at Kat Von D, and I think she used to be very much involved with the occult. I know she's got like a black sleeve tattoo. She was on what was it, the tattoo show? Some of you guys are familiar. I don't even know what channel it was, but she said that she became a Christian or began to believe in Christ. I think that was a year ago, and then it was kind of the big rage on X amongst us Orthodox community is that she is now officially in a catechumen at an Orthodox parish. So glory to God for that. Rum Lover throws in $2, says, I don't know you and I don't care to know you. Okay. Well, God bless you, Rum Lover. Glad you're here. and H. Brossi throws in $5 and says, yeah, Vivek, I was joking, but I was saying the woman in Trump's circle did what's called cry bullying and got rid of him. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I see. Yeah, that very, very much could be the case. And Wayne L, shout out to Wayne L, throws in $5, says, found your videos 2 years ago. You introduced me to Orthodoxy. My wife and our 3 kids and I were baptized in November. Wow. Glory to God. Thank you. America will be Orthodox. Well, I certainly hope so. And I don't see, despite Joe Webbin and all these Protestant attacks on Orthodoxy as of late, I certainly don't see this slowing down in any way, because as we covered in the video regards to the dying Protestantism of America, they don't have a response to the reasons why people are becoming Orthodox. They think it's solely because of aesthetics. And like I said, not that I don't agree that our aesthetics as Orthodox are absolutely superior to any sort of Protestant church. I mean, I guess the best you could get would be like Anglican, high Anglican with some of their cathedrals. But I mean, Orthodoxy blows that out of the water. But they think it's some aesthetic fad of people moving eastward. And as I did the poll in that video, 96% of, like, it was, what was it? Almost 300 votes on that stream, almost 300 votes. 96% of the people who converted to Orthodoxy did so because of church history, doctrine, and theology, which were the exact things that these Protestants say why people are not becoming Orthodox. So they just don't have their pulse on the culture. They do not understand what's going on. And I don't see this slowing down at all anytime soon. Josh Betts throws in $2, says, there's been plenty of new young people at my church. Mine too. We're getting ready to bring in 11 people into my little parish. Now, my parish right now, in regards to official members of my church, we just had our parish council or annual parish meeting. And I think we're just around 60 people at my parish. So pretty small, not very big. And we're getting ready to bring in 11 new people on Pascha. So Holy Saturday. So, I mean, if my little church is growing that much here in central Indiana, it's happening all over the place. And as I said, every Orthodox priest I brought on has said that they have unprecedented new members or new numbers of catechumens. So I think it's only going to get better from here. And remember all the eschatology streams I've done, we talked about St. Paisio's prophecies for America. And yeah, it's not going to be great. And that general timeline regarding the end times is that a great world war, World War III, is going to be like the big domino, right? And even though America will not be invaded by Chinese or Russian soldiers, there will be serious climactic events, geological events. Could be, as we speculated, hell if I know. But Yellowstone, maybe the volcano underground may erupt. Who knows? Something massive is what St. Paisio's talked about, and there'll be internal civil war within the country, and we will. Eventually, the numbers of how many people are going to perish, it's fairly significant, but I've heard different totals. But let's say anywhere between 60 to 80% of the country may not make it. But what St. Paisio said is that America, after the great sort of turmoil of the Great World War, will be one of the most pious countries in the world, and that Orthodoxy will thrive in America, as we were already seeing, and that this golden age of Orthodoxy flourishing around the world will continue until the imminent coming of the Antichrist. So there's a lot of hope there. So even when the Great World War breaks out, which hopefully isn't too soon, but certainly seems to be the case, there's still a lot of hope, because there's an entire golden age, according to multiple saints, of what's going to occur after that. So let's hope certainly that's the case. But if St. Paisios is accurate, America is going to be pretty orthodox. And even at the inauguration, did you see that Trump wore a purple tie? I thought this was really interesting. And this is something that I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are when we get into the topic today. I think that was pretty symbolic, right? I've never seen Trump wear a purple tie. Trump always wears that red tie, sometimes a bright blue tie. Both the red and the blue are the same of the American flag. I've seen him wear a yellow tie. He doesn't wear many pattern ties. Usually it's a solid color. But for his inauguration yesterday, he wore a purple tie. Now, what do you guys think that might be symbolic of? I'll let you guys guess here in the chat. What could the purple tie be symbolic of? Well, to me, it has to do with royalty, right? Purple is the color of the imperial Roman emperor. So when you look at like the Byzantine Empire, purple is the color of royalty. And I think he's trying to make a statement with the fact, yeah, exactly. Somebody said monarchy. They get it. Yeah, Rome. Exactly. Roman authority. Exactly. I mean, I've never seen him wear a purple tie, and he wears it on the day of his inauguration. And if you guys saw just snippets of his inaugural speech, I mean, he basically is lambasting the previous administration and all the Democrats who are literally 5 feet away from him. So I don't think any president that had been inaugurated before during that ceremony had it had rhetoric like that when the people he's talking about were literally right behind him. So very, very interesting turn of events. And we're going to talk more about this, but he did, at least as of right now, there's a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine, and thank God for that. And God bless all of our Palestinian brothers and sisters. As you guys know, 10% of Palestine are Orthodox Christians, and Israel has certainly been genociding them in mass since October 7th. That's over a year now. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. And as I said, I mentioned this in a stream before that Trump shared on True Social, the Jeffrey Sachs video, which was literally saying that Bibi Netanyahu essentially controls the foreign policy of the United States of America and gets us to essentially fight wars on behalf of them. The fact that Trump shared that on True Social, and then just a day or 2 days later, Israel agrees to a ceasefire against their will, essentially. The rumor was that they wanted to keep fighting, but Trump somehow, we don't know, but somehow pressured them to turn about course. So lot of interesting stuff happening. And I suspect that the next 4 years is going to be, it's going to go by fast because there's going to be so much news going on. I mean, just like today, we'll be talking about some of his executive orders. We are now, if you are in the Gulf area, that is now the Gulf of America. And I've heard some speculation about the reasons why he did that. I don't know the extent. It seems like he can get a lot done with these executive orders, but somebody, at least on X, was theorizing that this had to do with Biden passing something or his executive order regarding the stopping of drilling in the Gulf of Mexico, which is now the Gulf of America, and that Trump, by renaming the Gulf of Mexico, essentially circumvented this banning on drilling because it's no longer happening in the Gulf of Mexico, it's happening in the Gulf of America. Is that true? Not sure. No, I'm not sure, but I saw that was at least being popularly spread around X. So pretty interesting. Victor G10 264 throws in $5, says, "Hey DPH, ever thought of doing a CM on the topic of shame? I think doing a stream on the topic of shame, the good aspects and the detrimental aspects." No, I haven't thought about it, but that's not a bad idea. Actually, I'll write that down. That's really not a bad idea. The theological significance of shame. Interesting. That's pretty interesting. Let me write that down for a potential stream in the future. Stream. CO. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Victor, for that idea. That's not a bad idea. We'll see if people in the chat actually think that that's a worthy or interesting topic. So thank you for that. And Rogue Runner throws in $2, says, "American EO labeled as Eastern enemies during war." Oh, interesting. I'm not sure. God willing, I hope not. But I highly doubt that. I mean, unfortunately, did you see the Orthodox representative at Trump's inauguration? Archbishop Elpidophoros, one of the worst bishops, and God bless him. I hope he repents, but it's been quite clear that he is sort of wavering from the tradition passed down from our church fathers. We'll just put it that way. And he's already labeled like some of the right-wing, these young men that are converting to Orthodoxy as right-wing extremists that the church has to deal with. This is Archbishop Elpidophoros of GoArch, the Greek Orthodox Church in America. And he was the Orthodox representative at the Trump inauguration. So not great news there. But if he's there, I doubt. And Trump said he loves the Greek Orthodox Church. I think that was like in his first presidency. I remember talking about that in a stream one time. So hopefully not. But I don't think Trump's going to succumb to sort of the rhetoric of the radical right wing, who are essentially young men that just want traditional Christian values. And even though Trump certainly is not upholding all traditional Christian values, his support for gay marriage and various, let's say, liberal ideas may depart from our desires, but the rhetoric, the sort of machismo archetype, the alpha male I mean, it's definitely a vibe shift for sure. And Robert Cesario throws in $5, says, "Have you heard of Brandon Buckingham's South Lebanon video by chance? Pretty interesting, long video, though." No, I have not. I've never heard of that. Brandon Buckingham, South Lebanon. I mean, is this on YouTube? Oh, is this from 2 months ago? He's got, it's like an hour and 17 minutes regarding him staying in Lebanon. No, I actually had never heard of Brandon Buckingham, so that's my first time hearing about it, but maybe I'll check that out later. Thank you very much, Robert. And Yalda Boeth, wow. Beelzebub himself is apparently in the chat and says, "May the monad bless you, brother." Now, I hope not. I despise the monad. I despise Yalda Boeth. I despise Beelzebub. And I hope that the Holy Trinity blesses me. So thank you for your $2, but I despise your monad and your God. Justin Henley throws in $5, says, good to see you and the champions in the chat. Feel free to dismiss this as I have been bringing it up as a joke, but do you have an understanding of exactly what the firmament is supposed to be? No, I do not. I've heard speculations about the firmament. Not sure. I'll leave you that to you guys. There's a few topics flat earth, firmament type stuff I kind of generally stay away from myself, but if you guys, somebody in the chat may have a better understanding. It's just something I've never dove into. If somebody wants to sponsor a stream on me diving into that, I'd be willing. But George over on Streamlabs throws in $3, says some of the single guys in our parishes need to move to California or wherever Kat Von D, their church may have an influx of single goth chicks. Yeah, George. I was thinking, well, I'm happily married, but I was thinking that her conversion to Orthodoxy may bring a lot of young women to the church, especially from that sort of Gothic vibe that she represents. So if you guys are into that, you do need to find out. I'm sure I'm almost positive it's a parish somewhere in California, probably around LA. And God bless everybody who's been afflicted by the wildfires, which have been incredibly poorly mismanaged. Seems to be deliberate, but we'll leave that for yeah. Jet Shanghai says, yo, ortho goth girlfriend. Very possible with the conversion of Kat Von D. I think that there's going to be a lot of girls of that persuasion coming to the Orthodox Church. Chester Cheese throws in $10 and says, getting chrismated during Holy Week, choosing Saint Artemis of Antioch as my patron saint. Just wanted to share. Super stoked. Well, congratulations, Chester Cheese, on being brought into the church. That's absolutely incredible, brother. Welcome home. And Saint Artemis is a great saint. So congratulations. And Vishnu No One God throws in $3 and says, Sar, why you not follow my instructions, Sar? I still am waiting on unredeemed $500 Target gift card, Sar. Please hurry, Sar. I need for when autism man send me to Mars. Sar, it will be great, Sar. Martians, Bobs, and Vagine. Maybe a $750 gift card, Sar, for Martian wife. No, thank you, Vishnu. I do appreciate the support, but you will not be getting any gift cards from me or my family. And Elijah throws in $1 and says, look up Israel hit part of Iran's nuclear program. Netanyahu says, article by BBC, the prophecies of the saints are unfolding. Elder Theodorus of Crete, the Jews have struck the nuclear program of Persia. Events unfold. Well, let's pull that up real quick and see what comes up. I did not hear that at all. But as we've been covering regarding eschatology and stuff, that is the first domino. Let's see. These are older. Let's put in the last week or the last day. Yeah, I'm not getting anything. Now I'm on Brave app. That's what I use for my browser. So I just put in articles in the last week. Israel hits Iran nuclear facility, and I'm seeing one from a week ago. So I don't think it's very recent, at least from what I'm seeing. But that is something to keep our eyes out for. Now, it seems like Trump, the rumor is he's not super happy with Netanyahu because Bibi was one of the first political leaders around the world to recognize the legitimacy of Joe Biden as president and regard Trump's claims that the 2020 election were faulty, which I guess at this point, are we allowed to talk about that now on YouTube? I mean, remember when during the Biden administration. That was like one of the hot topics you cannot speak about on YouTube without getting censored. I mean, with Trump being president, I assume that's something that we can now talk about without fear of retribution by YouTube. Somebody says this is the link. Let me go over here and see. I'm not seeing any links in the chat, gentlemen. So anyways, PBF Live, shout out to PBF. God bless you, brother. It says, long time no see, brother. Kat Von D is a former Satanist and close to Marilyn Manson. Interesting. Well, I'm not super aware of Kat Von D. I was surprised that my wife knew about her. My wife, as you guys know, is German. And she said, oh, Kat Von D became Orthodox. I said, how do you know her? And she said, oh, she has a makeup line. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that you knew who she was. I didn't know that much about her. I only know her as a tattoo artist on a TV show. So, yeah, that's what I heard too. Kat Von D has burned all her satanic books. That's what I've also heard. And I got her, I guess since we're on the topic, we'll just dive into it. This is Kat Von D, and this is her accepting to become an official catechumen in the Orthodox Church. Now, this photo was shared by her on her Instagram page. Okay, so this is not somebody without her permission grabbing a photo of her. Some of you guys in the chat may already know where this parish is. I have no idea. But she is an official catechumen at this particular parish. And I went to her then Instagram page. So this is her Instagram page, almost 10 million followers. So again, pretty influential individual. And you can see here a lot of tattoos. Looks like she's got quite a few covered up now. So I don't know when they got covered up. Again, I'm no expert on Kat Von D. But you can also see, like, this is of what seemed to be a sort of old school dress with a black cross, with her lizard. And so people had been seeing this. This is from 3 weeks ago. So people knew that she had been coming closer to Christ. This is another photo where she's wearing another all black, sort of dress with a black cross on it, general cross. And apparently that's with Paris Hilton. But yeah, she is now officially becoming an Orthodox Christian. And again, if you're coming from the goth world or metal, what other form of Christianity would you convert to? I mean, Orthodoxy is hardcore. And just think of like the schema aesthetic. That's very hardcore. And so if you're coming from like the goth world, of course you'd become Orthodox. What else would you be? And so, yeah, this is her Wikipedia page. Again, I'm no expert on Kat Von D, but she's a Mexican-born American tattoo artist, television personality, entrepreneur, recording artist. She is best known for her work as the tattoo on the TLC reality television LA Inc. That's what it is. I never watched the show, but I did, at one point see clips of it, or maybe I was scrolling by on television. I don't watch much television, but I was aware of the show LA Inc. Yeah, so she was on that, which premiered in the United States in 2007. So multiple years ago. She is known for being the head of Kat Von D Beauty. That's how my wife knew about her, which I didn't even know she owned a makeup company. And in May 2021, Kat Von D released her single Exorcism from her album Love Made Me Do It, and her second studio album My Side of the Mountain was released. And so I don't see anything specifically mentioning her now becoming Orthodox. Oh, here it is. Yes, it's already been changed. Wow. So during an interview with Allie Beth Stuckey, Von D shared that she had become a Christian a year prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in 2023, she was baptized at the Switzerland Baptist Church in Vevey, Indiana. Whoa, is she in Indiana? Is Kat Von D a fellow Hoosier? What's going on here? Maybe she's a fellow Hoosier. I had no idea. That's pretty interesting. So However, in 2024, she has become a catechumen in the Eastern Orthodox Church. Glory to God for that. So it says 2024, but from my understanding, at least from what I've been seeing online, her sharing the photo of her being a catechumen, this was within the last week or so. So maybe it was an old photo and she just shared it. Not sure. Oh, Behold the Chalice says, yeah, she's like in Indiana. Oh, wow. Wow. So you're saying, I mean, we only have a handful of churches here in Indiana. So that's very interesting. So maybe not California, guys. Maybe all these goth girls that you guys are looking for are going to be moving to my Hoosier state to follow in Kat Von D's footsteps. So very interesting stuff there. Yeah, had no idea that she was in Indiana. So yeah, well, glory to God for that. And we got a bunch of more news again to get through today. I have tons of stuff, tons of little video clips and stuff like that. So let me just double check, see if anybody sent any more questions in before we go on to the next topic here. I want to get into Elon's salute, which very interesting kind of fallout from that. Clearly appeared to be a sort of Roman salute. I don't know if you guys are following this. I'm going to show it all to you. Exactly. Kat Von D on COTEL soon. I got to find out what church she's going to, where she's at in Indiana, and invite her on the show. That would be fantastic. Andy said, I just saw Kat Von D post on Instagram today, was pleasantly surprised. Awesome. I mean, the cultural tides are a changing, my friend. So very cool stuff going on. Elijah throws in $1, says, hey, David, this is the link I was referring to. Okay, let me pull this up. Okay, so let me pull this up for you guys. I was just sent this link is what our friend was just talking about. Okay, not coming in for me. Why don't we go? Let me look at it again. How about BBC? Oh, I see. I did multiple. Okay. Oh yeah, it's from November 19th. Yeah, this isn't new. Israel hit part of Iran's nuclear program. Netanyahu says. Yeah, I was aware of this. I actually talked about this when we were talking about some of the eschatology stuff, but you know, we're not. I don't think we're fully there yet. Although, from my understanding, when Metropolitan Neophytos and Morphu was talking about this particular prophecy, it would be a major world news. They're talking about annihilating the entire nuclear energy within Iran. So, from my understanding, that we're very, very close. We're the closest we've ever been, and this is the one to watch out for. Another one to keep your eyes out for is Erdogan of Turkey, and him either stepping down, getting sick, being assassinated. One of the things that the saints and elders have talked about is that as we move into this period of turmoil, that Erdogan is no longer going to be the leader of Turkey, and that Turkey was going to side with the West. Now, this was kind of hard to fathom. I mean, just like 3 months ago, I remember in our think tank meeting with premium members, we were discussing this exact thing. We were saying, how is it that Russia seemed to have a pretty cordial and strong relationship with Turkey? How are they going to be aligned with the United States and the West and Israel? I think, again, in all the Palestinian conflict, there's all this rhetoric, and apparently the more fundamental religious base in Turkey wanted Erdogan to actually strike Israel for what they were doing to Palestine, which he was very reluctant to do. And now it kind of falls into place with the ousting of Assad from Syria. We see that Turkey literally betrayed Russia, backstabbed Russia, and aligned themselves with Israel to basically land grab Syria along with the United States. And that Syria is essentially being carved up right now between Israel, the United States, and Turkey. So with the ousting of Assad, it now is pretty clear to see how Turkey is going to be on the side of Israel, NATO, and the United States. And so when I was talking about it just 3-4 months ago, I remember in our group, we were like, how is this going to happen? How is Turkey going to align with Israel? Well, now it makes a lot of sense because they just did. So interesting stuff. Josh Betts throws in $2, says, what did you think of the Detroit pastor speech at Detroit pastor speech? I don't know what you're referring to. You guys help me out in the chat. What is the Detroit pastor speech? You guys know what the Detroit pastor speech is? I'm not sure. Oh, at Trump's inauguration. I didn't check. I didn't see it at the inauguration. I didn't see it, Josh Betts. If you guys, I mean, I can try to pull it up on X and see if there's something on here about it. So we can check it out and look through that, all that stuff. So, anyways, we got so much to get through, guys. So let's kind of go through some of this news real quick. I guess before we get into all the nitty gritty stuff, some quick housekeeping, guys. If you'd like to support my work, one of the best things you could do is become a website member. I'd greatly appreciate that. Again, all my show notes. I'm going to be making a video for members. Won't be posting this one on YouTube. So I'm going to start posting members only content on YouTube, some of my older members only videos. But I've recently acquired a few articles speculating in regards to Putin's relationship with some, let's just say, Zionist powers in Russia. And so I'm going to be going over some of those articles for members. Don't think I'm going to upload that on YouTube. But if you want to get access to all my show notes and my video library, or you want to join our think tank, which again is a free-flowing conversation regarding stuff like we're going to be covering today, become a website member. Would greatly appreciate that, and love to have you guys in our private group. Also, if you're interested in signing up for a one-on-one session, you can do so right here. And we have a sponsored stream that I hope to be doing this week, and it will be comparing Orthodoxy with Confucianism. I already have about half of that research already done, so I was working on that last night. So I have a interview with Glenn Lawrence on Friday, and I have a special stream on Thursday. So maybe Saturday or Sunday, we'll be doing the Confucianism Orthodoxy stream. I know some people are excited about that. But if you have a very interesting topic you would like to sponsor, please do so with this link right here. Would greatly appreciate that. And I'd be happy to do the research and perform that here live on YouTube. So, okay, with that being said, let's get back into some of our news here. And so let me get my speaker ready. And let me get a nicotine pouch here. I don't know if you guys, some of you guys are in the nicotine world. I've talked a little bit about some of the pros about it. I mean, there's a lot of neurological benefits to regular nicotine use. And I got to say, I've recently purchased these Alps. This is Tucker Carlson's new brand. Big fan. These are fantastic. They last so much longer than Zens. So if you guys are nicotine fiends, do check out the Alps. They're actually really high quality. Okay. So first thing I want to get into here is Chase Haggard says, yeah, I'm a fan of the Tucker Carlson's. Banana Bread says, always got a pouch in my mouth. Yeah. Laugh out loud 10 milli. These are 9, so they only go up to 9. These are 20 pouches in a can. I think Zens go up to 6. So I don't know. You guys may be a little bit different. Yeah. Okay. Moldy Apple says, yeah, I rock the Alps. Good stuff. They have great flavor. Is it not addicting? No, it's nicotine. It is addicting. The question is, how addicting is nicotine? And I never had a nicotine habit before I got into doing the nicotine pouches. And so the thing that sold me, and I'm not here to, you guys utilize your spiritual discernment and your own, what's on your conscience. And I know I see Chase, a shout out to Chase Haggard in the chat. Love you, brother. I know Chase, we always talk in some of our fitness groups. He's trying to get rid of his nicotine use. He used to be a smoker. I've never been a smoker. I read literature regarding Alzheimer's, and this is something that, you know, I'm worried about. So my grandmother on my dad's side had Alzheimer's, pretty bad, really severe. And when I was in fifth and sixth grade, she was in a nursing home, and she was such an erudite woman, really sharp, president of the Indiana Teachers Association, school teacher, master's degree, and spoke multiple languages. And she got Alzheimer's. She couldn't even remember me. I remember when we'd go and visit her and try to take care of her. And so from what I've read about Alzheimer's is, and who knows, but what I've read is that it skips a generation. So my dad is much less likely to get Alzheimer's than me and my sister are. And if that's the case, I was looking up things that could potentially prevent Alzheimer's. One of the things that I stumbled across was regular nicotine use. I know it sounds kind of baffling, but I was reading an article, a peer-reviewed paper on people that had regular nicotine use, and that and I don't have the link. So if anybody's asking me to send it, you guys just use the keywords, go look it up, see what you can find. But I saw something that it dropped the chances of getting Alzheimer's by like 80%, because the neurotransmitters and the receptors that nicotine binds to are the same ones. In one way or another, keeping those receptors active is a way to prevent the onset of Alzheimer's, where you begin to lose your memory and your cognitive function. So for me, you know, my whole business, what I'm doing here is all about like mental recall. And I've invested so much into reading books and knowledge and trying to, you know, attain what little knowledge I can, that if I lost my memory, I'm not sure what I would do. I mean, I'd rather lose my physical ability than my mind, because if I was, and God willing, I say that, God, please do not, you know, spare me of that. Have mercy on me. But for me personally, I would rather lose my physical abilities than my mind, because at least I would retain the thing that I've spent so much time trying to develop. And so I took that seriously, and I decided to begin using some of these nicotine pouches for that purpose. I see some people saying Alzheimer's is diabetes. Interesting. Yeah, dementia. Ed says, yeah, Alzheimer's runs in my family too. Yeah, and what I was reading, and how do we have such little knowledge on Alzheimer's? It seems like I read stuff and I get conflicting things, but from what I was reading, it skips a generation. So I feel like I'm more likely to get that than my dad, and that kind of scares me. So diabetes, that type of stuff doesn't really run in my family. You know, pretty healthy people, but Alzheimer's runs through my dad's line, and that scares the shit out of me. So, oh, Banana Bread says mental health plays a big part. Huh, interesting. I haven't heard that. Yeah, Light of Tabor says dementia is hard to watch. It is, especially when it's somebody you love and care about, because they don't even know who you are, and it's hard to see somebody, especially if they're sharp, to deteriorate so much. So it is what it is. But anyways, let's get into this first one here. This is actually today. So I got a bunch of stuff on Trump's inauguration yesterday, but did you see this quote unquote bishop, this Episcopalian bishop? It's some woman, probably a lesbian, I don't know. And she, I have this video because it's funny to see Trump and JD Vance's reaction. So this was, so it says Trump and JD Vance are blindsided by a weaponized political sermon at the National Prayer Service today. Watch their faces when Bishop Buddy starts the activism. So let me play this for you guys real quick. Let me make sure that, yeah, okay, we're good.
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy.
And I hate when people don't say the Trinity or Jesus Christ. You know, whenever these progressive Christians start talking, it's always like something real abstract, like in the name of our God. Well, whose God is it, lady? Muslims and Jews and Christians don't worship the same God. Pagans, Hindus, and Christians don't worship the same. Which God is it? So in the name of our God, she says.
People in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families.
Gay, lesbian, and transgender children. Why would children already be sexualized, lady? This is the National Prayer Service. What are you talking about? Children shouldn't even be focused on heterosexuality or homosexuality or transgenderism. What are you talking about? And they're scared. So these little children are now scared because they're consciously aware of Trump's presidency. What?
Some who fear for their lives. And
what is this fear for their lives? Who is going around murdering all these trans and lesbian and gay people? I have not read this in the news. Again, point me in the right direction if you guys are aware. I am not aware of the mass genociding in America of the LGBTQ community. So I don't get it. And why would these children be scared for their lives?
The people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, Wadara, and temples.
Ah, yes, the religious perennialism strikes again. And I love how just recently, just like for the last 2 days of, oh my gosh, Melania, her face and her disposition towards everything that's going on. She seems to hate the Bidens, the Harrises, the Obamas, and but I want to show you guys. There it is, a photo of the pastor, the supposed bishop. She must have not read the epistles of Paul. If you have a woman as a bishop in your church, just stop. You're not taking Christianity seriously. Yeah, this right here is why I won. Exactly. That's exactly it. So that happened today. And I thought this was a good little thread kind of covering some of the latest happenings concerned yesterday. Oh, let me catch up on some of these guys. Zorcht throws in $5 and says, please don't feel like you have to get rid of your blazers because you made fun of those Protestant guys. The button-up jert is nice, though. Oh, I mean, this is a relaxed stream. This is an informal stream, Zorcht. Whenever I'm doing theology or the philosophy streams, I like to dress up a little bit, show a little professionalism here. But this is a relaxed Tuesday stream. This is just a covering of the news. I don't have any thesis to present today. So, doing a little American denim, I think kind of fits the cause. So I do appreciate it, though. Thank you so much, brother. And Siege D throws in 5, says, ha, all right, DPH, looking forward to Friday. Me too, Siege D. Like I said, we'll be doing an interview with Glenn Lawrence, talking a little bit about Christianity, orthodoxy, masculinity, manosphere, red pill stuff. So I'm looking forward to it too, Siege D. Thank you so much for the support, brother. And Josh Betts throws in 2, says, flood the synagogues with immigrants. Yeah. I saw that too about, did you see the response to Pope Francis' response to Trump regarding mass deportations and basically saying that this is like a plight against humanity? And I thought, why don't we just send all these people to the Vatican and see how much they like that? But knowing the state of the Catholic Church, they'd probably welcome the degradation of Italy wholeheartedly. So probably wouldn't go too far regarding that. Yeah, Frank. Papa Frank said it was a disgrace. Yeah, it's a disgrace to get people out of your country that are there illegally in the first place and are a tax burden to the people who are actually from there. Not let alone the cultural degradation and all that. So, yeah. George says, Zins and Jerch, DPH is really letting loose today. We are not doing Zins, guys. We are not liberals, okay? We are doing Alps. No, I'm kidding. Zins like Kleenex, right? Instead of tissue, you know how like certain brands become so prominent that you refer to an item based on the brand's name, like Kleenex. Instead of saying I need a tissue, say I need a Kleenex, whether it's Kleenex brand or not. The same thing's true with nicotine pouches. Like everybody just refers to them as Zin. So be it. So be it. But anyways, George, God bless you, brother. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, David Gravy knows what's up. He goes, Alp is a better time. Dude, the flavor's phenomenal. The flavor's phenomenal. So I'm not here to shill Alp. I should reach out to Tucker. I know he's got a producer who's Orthodox. See if, hey, you give me a promo code, I'll shill some Alps. I'm a big fan of the product. And over on Dono chat, Jay Hamza throws in $25, says, just so you're aware, this guy quoted a scripture from Matthew. It was scary. I'll send you the link in the chat, but this guy was a UFO retriever. Give it a listen when you can. The deception is coming faster than we realize. Okay. Here's the link. All right, let's pull this up. All right, let's pull this up before we get into some of the other news here.
Tonight, you've heard the test.
Oh, this is David, what's his name? Jacob Barber. I meant this guy right here, Garuch. I just talked about him with the Collins brothers because they're the preeminent experts in the UFO extraterrestrial world.
Too many about there are certain types of men who you would.
But this one's a little too long. 41 minutes, 57 seconds. Jay Hamza. I'll share this link for people. They can watch it in the chat if they want to, but I'm not going to play 41 minutes of something I haven't already looked at. So I'm not sure. There's the link to this video, guys, that Jay Hamza is talking about. He says that this guy quoted scripture from Matthew, and he's a big UFO guy. So I'm not sure. I can search it on X, see if there's a good clip. That's one of the things I like about X is they can just give you a like quick little clip, sum up the main thrust of whatever it is that you're looking at here. So, all right, let's get back to what I was going to show you guys. So this is top 10 most outrageous media moments from Trump's first day in office. So how did the media respond to Trump? Well, this is here you have Matthew Meadow or Richard Meadow, Maddow, however you want to pronounce her name. Does it matter? Does it really matter? This one's pretty funny. So MSNBC mocks Trump's national emergency declaration at the border. Maddow says, does it feel like an emergency where you are standing? And the reporter says, feels no different than 20 minutes ago. Well, no, duh. But from everything I saw, shout out to Harrison Smith on InfoWars. He showed a video that literally the Texas border was shut down the minute that the swearing in was done from Donald Trump. And then all these videos of these illegal immigrants crying because they're not going to be let in. And the CBP One app was shut down. Multiple immigrant judges were already fired from the administration. So a lot of good stuff. But here's MSNBC's response.
State of emergency is officially now in effect on the border. Does it feel like an emergency where you are standing?
Feels no different than 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago or an hour ago when we got here early this morning, Rachel. The one practical change that we do know that has gone into effect here is that CBP One app that was put into place by the Biden administration, part of their stated effort to have a more fair, safe, humane, orderly process at the border, has been discontinued by the Trump administration and President Trump. I have to say, I've reported from this spot over the course of 4 different presidential administrations for NBC News and MSNBC. In the Obama administration,
a state of emergency.
What a dumb phrasing. He just said it's a state of emergency. Does it look like one? How about the 30 million plus people that have come in the country illegally in the last 4 years? I'd say that's a state of emergency. I mean, that rivals the population of most countries in Europe. What are you talking about? And so here's CNN commentators watch in awe as Barron Trump's towering height leaves them momentarily speechless. This was actually pretty funny.
Yes, he's very tall.
It's Barron Trump.
Dan Bass just looking at Barron Trump. I think he's like 6'5".
At least,
like
at least. He's got two very tall parents.
6'9" I'm told. And he and obviously throughout the room are various Trump grandchildren, in addition to the Trump adult children as well.
So it is what it is. Seems like Barron certainly setting himself up to follow in the footsteps of his father. I know some of the Gen Zers are excited for that. He seems to be tapped into their culture pretty good. CNN commentator boldly declares that the Trump pardoning J6ers is completely different than Biden pardoning the likes of Fauci, his brother, and other family members. Yeah, way different, huh? Do you guys remember the videos when Biden was running in 2020 and they were worried that Trump's going to have preemptive pardonings of his family? I think it was just Don Jr., which it had to do with the Russia collusion hoax, which it wasn't even real. But, you know, first of all, that was a sham. But fast forward to the night before Trump takes office, Biden preemptively pardons his whole family and preemptively pardons Fauci all the way back to 2014, which is like a clear smoking gun of guilt, of omission. Why would you pardon him all the way back to 2014? Oh, it's because he was doing gain of function research at the University of North Carolina, got caught, sent that to Wuhan labs in China, and literally told Bill Gates in 2015 that the next administration is going to have, you know, a virus leak. There's going to be, I'm brain dead right now on the pandemic. That's the word I'm looking for. That there's going to be a pandemic in the next administration. Well, lo and behold, there it is. And then they covered up his connection to it. And then Biden preemptively, I don't even know how a preemptive pardon is constitutional. How do you pardon something or somebody from something when they haven't even been charged for it? How can you pardon somebody from a crime that they haven't even been charged with yet? That cannot be constitutional. I would love for them to bring these people. Then, like, I think Liz Cheney got a preemptive pardoning. The entire January 6th committee got a preemptive pardoning. How do you preemptively pardon Fauci when he hasn't been charged with anything? That makes zero sense, right? Unless they're literally, I mean, obviously they're admitting that he was behind the entire global pandemic and the gain of function research, and already had, and this is what, you know, people have been talking about. You guys are already aware, but it was leaked that he was already in communication with Pfizer and Moderna already. How did they already create jibby jabs, mRNA on the mRNA platform before the virus was already leaked, unless they knew exactly what was going to happen? Very, very strange. Yeah, so we're pardon the wet bat soup. Yeah, exactly. Apparently, a panda and a bat met in a wet market, and all of a sudden we had a virus that was spreading all over the world. So, anyways, this is here. This is,
Yeah, I think we should not to separate the pardons that are happening today. So the reason why Joe Biden pardoned the January 6th committee and other Milley and Fauci is because Donald Trump, you're right, he ran and people elected him. He said he was going to seek retribution. Now, retribution is not a part of the Constitution, right? So we put those in place. I think it's unfortunate that he pardoned his family today. I am a Democrat. I think that it does cloud what he did so I think you should bifurcate those two. And then I think the pardons for January 6th are completely different. The reason why today feels so abnormal is because of what happened last year or 4 years ago on January 6th, something that none of us in our lifetime have ever seen. So on your day one, when you talked about, not you, Shermichael, but Donald Trump talks about lowering the cost of eggs, what you do is you let people out who undermined our Constitution, who undermined the election, who undermined people who felt like their life was not better under Donald Trump in 2020. They felt like they wanted a different 4 years, and that's why they elected Joe Biden. So I want to put those pardons in separate buckets, and I think we should be talking about them differently because they are not all pardons are not created equal, in my opinion.
Yeah, all pardons are not created equal. Okay, so the people, what do we know now? We know for a fact that at least 20 to 30 FBI agents were present at the J6 rally and the Capitol building. We know that they were antagonized and basically led in there. The doors literally opened to them by the Capitol Police. And this narrative, I saw Chuck Schumer today talking about how this, the pardoning of the J6ers is an atrocity to the Capitol Police officers that died. And then by natural causes, he doesn't say this. He acts like the J6ers killed a man. The only person that died was Ashley Babbitt, who was shot by the security detail of Vice President Pence at the time. So, and I haven't seen him get arrested. He definitely should. He should be tried for that. So, and then I have a video too. Did you guys see that last night? Trump signed the executive order last night to release the J6ers, and they were supposed to be released by midnight. And apparently one prison in DC, the police began to refuse to release more of the J6ers. Did you guys see this? I think I have it in one of these tabs. We're going to be looking at it. What? And so I saw today, U.S. Marshals have now entered that precinct and are pulling the J6ers essentially out of jail because the local police are refusing to do it. I mean, are there not crimes there that they're not even recognizing the presidential pardons of after? Did you guys see the graph too? Like, it was showing how many pardons that people have done. It was like George W. Bush, it was like 200 some. Obama, I think, was like around 700 or 600, somewhere around there. And then Donald Trump was like 200 some. And then Joe Biden was over 4,000 pardons he's issued since being president. So basically, his entire criminal network he's affiliated with got a presidential pardon. Oh, gosh. And then CNN Vance Jones, one of the dumbest people on TV, claims Joe Biden is America first today and gave Trump a pretty decent economy. You want to talk about America first? That's Joe Biden today. Joe Biden putting America first. What an absolute moron. Here.
A lot of talk about America first. I hear from my friends in the conservative movement. Today, Joe Biden's putting America first. This is a tough day. You saw him put his hand on the car. It's heartbreaking. He's actually giving Donald Trump not just the dignity of a good transition, he's giving him a pretty decent economy. Things are healing. They're moving in the right direction. He's put in place some things. There's going to be a lot of red ribbons cut under the Trump administration because of tough votes that Biden got Democrats to take. So, I think it's an important moment. It's a powerful moment. Joe Biden, he probably stayed too long, but he stayed too long because he thought he had more good to do. He won't get a chance to do that good, but he's handing off.
He stayed too long because he believed he had more good to do. What are you talking about? These propagandas on it, it's just so explicit and obvious that, at this point, if somebody is watching CNN and listening to Van Jones and they take that man seriously, they have a mental deficiency. They literally have a mental deficiency. That is one of the most ignorant, idiotic statements I've ever heard. Joe Biden literally pooped his pants in the Vatican when visiting another liberal, Pope Frank. You have to be kidding me. He doesn't even know where he's at. He fell asleep yesterday during the inauguration.
A better economy than he got, and he's doing it in a more decent way, showing more decency than he received. You want to talk about America first? That's Joe Biden today.
Oh my God. Here's CNN. Jake Tapper has an awkward moment on air as he is not sure how to describe Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, also the former Fox host, now popular podcaster and YouTube hoster. I'm not exactly sure what they call him, but influencer.
Tucker Carlson, also the former Fox host, now popular podcaster and YouTube poster. I'm not exactly sure what to call him, but influencer, certainly.
Very influential. And
very influential. Yes, absolutely. Anderson Cooper.
Oh gosh. Anyways, you guys kind of get the gist. Oh, this one's kind of funny. MSNBC bombards its viewers with commentary while President Trump is actively speaking. Yeah, of course they don't want to hear a speech because he's literally annihilating the administration that right before him. We're going to skip that though. CNN brings on the son of a J6 defendant. This is pretty funny too. We're not going to watch this whole thing. It's 4 minutes. Actually, we're not going to watch any of it. You guys, I'll just tell you about it. So this guy right here literally turned in his dad for going to the Capitol on January 6th. So CNN brings in the son of a J6 defendant who claims he had to buy a gun and flee to protect himself from his dad, whom Trump is about to pardon. They just won't let it go of this insurrection narrative. So this, and I was looking at another post that somebody was sharing this particular video, and they said that apparently his entire family has almost disowned this kid. So he turns in his dad. His dad then goes to jail. Now he's worried that his dad's going to be mad at him because he's spent probably over a year in jail for going to the Capitol building. And he goes on CNN and claims that he's in hiding. He's moved. He's had to buy a gun, which he's not comfortable with, to potentially defend himself because his dad, a criminal, is now going to be pardoned by Donald Trump. I mean, what are you talking about? Unreal. And then here's a CNN commentator stuns the panel with a huge compliment for President Trump. There's something about him. It's probably the word charisma, and it's attributable to him being elected again. So, you know, I've seen a few people kind of change their rhetoric here. And I'm excited to get into this one. And I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are in the chat on Elon Musk's salute. I have my own take, and I'll share it with you. First, let's play what CNN had to say about it, and then I'm going to find the tab in which I have the full video.
I just want to look at that salute that he gave again. Just if anybody missed it, we'll just show it again. He's just wrapped up here. You can hear the. All right, so we just showed that. We just showed that.
Right. It's worth salute. It was quick. I think our viewers are smart and they can take a look at that, but it certainly was, it's not something that you typically see at American political rallies, put it that way.
No, it was not something that you usually would see. And it was quick, as you point out, it was very quick, but it was in a moment of intensity for him as he came out dancing, and then he did that. He is a hero here.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
See, I hate this one, though, the CNN, because they cut away. Elon literally went and turned around and did it again to the people standing behind. Let me see. I have it pulled up in one of these tabs. Hold on. Let me see. This one's Harrison Smith talking about them shutting down the border. I've already told you about it. I'm not going to play it. Here you go. Here's the version in which you can see.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
He turns around and does it again. So I'm curious what you guys think. Is this a troll? Is this sort of a mimetic intention that Elon put forth? You know, in my previous streams, I've talked about how he's the ultimate gaslighter, right? That he does one thing and then turns around and does the exact opposite, or he'll say something and do the opposite. You know, he's afraid of transhumanism, so you got to put the Neuralink in your brain so you're linked up to it. You know, transgenderism is bad. But then it's like, I guess he kind of changed his rhetoric in the last year and a half on that. But I pointed out that he was talking about transgenderism being bad before he had the baby with Grimes, the communist musician. And then Grimes said that their son X was going to be raised non-gender. And so how can you criticize transgenderism and then you have a son with Grimes and raise him non-gendered? Like what? So he's kind of a gaslighter. But here's the full clip. in the full context of it. Is he autistic? There's something going on there for sure. Is it Asperger's? Is it autism? Is he just incredibly socially awkward, smart guy? Maybe all the above. So this is him on stage, and I'm going to play the whole clip here.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah. And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. This. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Did you hear the grunt?
My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you.
So we got to get a poll here. Let me do a poll real quick on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to start a poll. Elon's salute. What are your guys' thoughts? Intentional, accidental, troll. And then I'll add the last one. I'll put autism. So what do you guys think? Which one is it? I'm curious. So we got what, 550 people here? Pretty good turnout. What are your guys' thoughts on the salute? Looks like autism's in the lead right now. Fairly divided between intentional and a troll. I'll tell you what, I'm leading towards a mixture of autism and an intentional troll. And I'll tell you why. It has to do with the ADL defending him. So did you guys see this? So I saw this circulate and found it fascinating. So right after it happened, everybody was saying that, you know, this was Heil Hitler. This was a Roman salute. This was clearly a nod towards Nazi Germany. And so you know that the ADL would be somebody who would certainly roll with that narrative. And I had the video. I'm not going to play it, but this is PBS News. So your taxpayer money's funding PBS. They claim that it was a fascist salute, or appears to give a fascist salute. And yet, so we see news networks. We saw CNN insinuating it was a fascist salute. And here's the ADL. This is a delicate moment. It's a new day. And yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work toward unity in the months and years ahead. So, and then you have Elon Musk right here. Thanks, guys. Laughy face. If the ADL is coming out and defending you, I don't know if he's already talked to him or what. Seems like he has some type of relationship with the ADL. People have speculated, certainly. So it very well could have been just autism, because he was saying that it was from his heart. And so if this was him and his heart, I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube banned me for doing it. And all I'm doing is mimicking what Elon Musk did. But I could certainly see it being a sort of spur autistic reaction to trying to say, my heart goes out to you. Seems very awkward. I mean, you could just go like this, you know, not, I mean, he went full bore with it. So Rogue Runner says he knows what he's doing. It's quite intentional. And looking at the poll we got going here, let's see, we have 197, almost 200 votes. 51% thinks it's just Musk's autism that is doing it. Very possible. Very possible. That I could see that. And 25% say it's a troll, and 19% say it's intentional. Only 6% say it's accidental. So pretty interesting numbers we got here in the chat. Yeah, most people are saying definitely intentional. Bobby C threw in $5 says, if these preemptive pardons stand, that means 10 years down the road, we will see war crimes and worse pre-pardon. No, I agree with you. I think that the Trump administration has to challenge the constitutionality of a preemptive pardon. And especially if Fauci is guilty of it, that is a crime against humanity. And now Joe Biden can preemptively pardon him from a charge he doesn't already have, when it's literally the most serious charge a person could acquire, like a crime against humanity. That's like the worst thing you could be charged with. And if you can just preemptively pardon him for that, they're definitely setting up something for something even worse. And Bobby C said, look, symbols change over time. Yeah, they certainly do. They certainly do. Justin Henley just gifted 5 COTEL Crew memberships. Thank you so much, Justin. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate that. Everybody in the chat does too. Like I said, I'm going to post a members only video tomorrow for members on YouTube. So if you guys are feeling generous today, please gift some COTEL Crew memberships, because anybody who receives them will be able to see some members only content here on the YouTube. And Bobby C throws another 5. Thank you so much, Bobby. And he says, it may have been a fascist salute in the past. Now it's just a salute of gratitude. Yeah, I thought it was kind of a troll. When I first saw it, my initial reaction wasn't autism. My initial reaction was, this is a troll based on the rhetoric describing Trump and his supporters. And Elon Musk went out there, because I think he's a gaslighter. He's a big troll. And he did something maybe conspicuously, maybe it's his autism, but I thought he was kind of trolling people myself. But I could certainly see the autism. The more I look at it, and the more, he claims that it was just an awkward gesture about how endearing he felt towards the American people voting for Trump. Okay, so be it. Mud just gifted a COTEL Crew membership. Thank you so much, Mud. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate that. And let me just check Streamlabs real quick to see if anybody sent any questions or comments real quick. Doesn't look like it. So, okay, well, let's move on here to the next section. So seems like, let me look at the final results of the chat. We got 35 votes. Seems like autism wins the day with half the vote count. So seems like that's where most people are going to put their bet. All right. So in regards to these executive orders here, this was a great little thread that I found on X talking about all of the things that the executive orders, the EOs that he signed last night. And I'll tell you which ones are my favorite. So first one was withdrawing from the Paris Agreement effective immediately. So putting America first in international environmental agreements. Love that. Absolutely love that. Anything that has to do with some international body. I'm against any international body controlling the sovereignty of any nation state. So I love that he withdrew from the Paris Agreement. And then delivering emergency price relief. I hereby order the heads of all executive departments and agencies deliver emergency price relief consistent with applicable law to the American people and increase the prosperity of the American worker. So delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. That must be what Van Jones was saying about that incredible economy that Biden is gifting Donald Trump. That must be what he's referring to. And then hiring freeze. I really liked this one. So a temporary freeze of hiring any federal employee until the Trump administration is fully in place. So within 90 days of the date of this memorandum, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, in consultation with the director of the OPM and the administrator of the United States Doge Service, shall submit a plan to reduce the size of federal government workforce through efficiency improvements and attrition. So Really love that one. Entire hiring freeze of it right now. Let me back out, get back to the thread here. Another one was a regulatory freeze. So freezing of all federal regulations. Love that one as well. Return to in-person work. Man, I saw people complaining about this on X who are federal workers. And somebody was saying that many of the federal buildings weren't even 50% occupied during the Biden administration. What? How do we have all these people? I mean, federal workers get like the best insurance plans you can get. And yet they don't even have to go to work. I was reading that many of them only have an obligation to attend in person in the office one day a month. Sometimes it's one day a week, but often it's one day a month. What? No way. And again, this is why I like in person, is because it allows, putting all these jobs online and these remote work just seems a bit nefarious to me. And it allows for more people to be hired, allows for anonymous. I mean, they're already semi-anonymous, but you'd hope as an American taxpayer, you could at least go to the building that whatever it is that you have a beef with and actually talk to somebody in person. So big fan of the return to work in person. End of the weaponization of government. Okay. We've already seen that. Maybe deep down in the piece of my heart that maybe isn't fully filled with Christian forgiveness, I would like to see a little bit of some retribution against the enemies of me and my family in the federal government. I like to see, but it's good. Restoring free speech and ending federal censorship. That's great. Rescinding 78 Biden executive orders. I really like that. Again, that must be what Van Jones was talking about how Biden is so America first. So granting pardons and communication of sentences of certain offenses relating to the events near the United States Capitol on January 6th, 2021. Loved that one. I mean, and I love the rhetoric that Trump used talking about them being political hostages, because really they are. They are political hostages. So that was one that I really appreciated, and it really irritated the right people. Pernicious Cadaverin just sent in $5, says on Streamlabs, I believe his salute was a troll of the same sorts as Satanism in 2000s, a dig at a dominant moral order. Adolf equals Satan for woke people. And in antinomian way, if Satanism is acceptable, Christianity is weak. If the salute is acceptable, woke is weak. Oh, that's a really interesting take, Pernicious. I really like that. And in fact, I had a video that my wife sent me on Instagram. I was going to show you guys a little bit out there with the Egyptian, the pyramids in Egypt and electricity and all this stuff. But it is interesting because it showed some of the stuff, he was the devil's champion, right, in 2022 at Heidi Klum's Halloween party with his wife or his mother, whose speculation she claims to be a witch, but not like the ritualistic witch, just like a feminist witch. You guys figure out whatever that means. But I could see that because he has done very transgressive things regarding Christianity. He said, like Dawkins, that he's like a cultural Christian. Did you see Musk said he was a cultural Christian like Richard Dawkins did? But Pernicious's point is really interesting. He says, again, if he's working at like the 4D, 5D chess level, that this was a dig at the dominant moral order. So just like in 2020, he was the devil's champion. That in a way, performing a Nazi salute in public during the inauguration is a way to undermine the acceptance of the woke ideology. Pretty interesting take. So let's move on to the next one. So granting the pardons, I thought that was great. Did somebody send something in over here? Oh, Chaz Connor throws in 5, says, DPH, what book are you getting the St. Paisios prophecies from? It's not in Eschatological Visions of the Blessed. Well, I've covered a few of those. And honestly, if you want to get all of St. Paisio's prophecies that we've translated, you need to become a member at the Eschaton Vigil. So let me share that link. The Eschaton Vigil, eschatonvigil.org. If you want to just look at all the prophecies of St. Paisio's, get a monthly membership and you'll get access to hundreds of prophecies, and they're already ordered. So you can look at, you can look up prophecies by topic. So if you want to look at prophecies relating to America, if you use the digital database as opposed to the books that we're translating, you can find all the prophecies through just looking at prophecies related to America, prophecies related to Russia. You can go to St. Paisio's and look at everything that we've translated into English from him. So I probably gathered it from some of this stuff because I was very interested in St. Paisio's and some of the stuff he was saying. And maybe it was Elder Ephraim, because Elder Ephraim also believed that there's going to be a great cataclysm or geological event in America. And this is why he felt he was called by God to establish 20 monasteries in the United States, because the monasteries were going to be sort of the harbinger of civilization after whatever is going to come regarding the Civil War and all that different stuff. So Chaz, here is the link for eschatonvigil.org. Yeah, we did a whole stream covering Russia and the end times, and I recently did one on elders on the end times. Russia before the second coming. I'm sorry, that's the name of it. Before the second coming, and then elders on the end times. So I don't know. I've looked at a lot of this different stuff. You guys can check that out. But that I just shared the link. So if you want to get all the digital database, just become a website member, and then you can get access to all that stuff. So we would love to have you there. George sends in 5, says, brother, great show. Have you considered doing semi-regular shows covering the news like this? Con Inc. has few good sources left for the next 4 MAGA years. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty popular. I think I'll start doing this. Absolutely. And again, major shout out to my wife. I know I see Jenny in the chat. Shout out to my wife. Shout out to my men's group. And shout out to Christopher for giving me this idea of, hey, you know, I'd love to just hear your Orthodox perspective and take on things that are happening in the news. Because people at my church, and like I said, Christopher on my website, they don't like to engage in a lot of the social media and all the news stuff. So, yeah, I think I'll start doing this regularly. It's fun, and going through and just trying to find as many different things I can find that I think are interesting and totally diverse. We haven't even got into the Sam Shamoun, Wes Huff sort of kerfuffle. That it's really Sam Shamoun calling out Wes Huff. I haven't as of yet seen a response by Wes Huff, but we're going to be getting to that at the end. Yeah, Ortho News. Well, guys, for making it a regular feature, like I could do this maybe once every 2 weeks, or depending on the news cycle. Should we have like a official title for these type of streams? I just said drama alert. I thought that'd be kind of semi-catchy because we are kind of talking about different drama and stuff going on in culture. But if you guys have a really good name, I mean, I can just name it Drama Alert. I mean, Ortho News. Is that catchy enough? Is that catchy enough? You guys tell me. So if you guys have a good name for it, let me know. Yeah. Yeah, he said Ortho News kind of sounds like a dentist news. Yeah. COTEL culture. That kind of has a ring to it, doesn't it? Culture tsunami. Yeah, if you guys have a good name for it, I can just name it, and then I can just like list like I did today, like some of the topics we'll discuss, and you'll know what kind of a stream it is. So anyways, if you guys have a good one, if somebody has a good one that the chat likes, if you guys love it, share it, and I will figure it out. CNN COTEL News Now. I like that one. That's a good one. So anyways, let's move back to these executive orders here. So Trump extended the TikTok. I saw some of the lefties were really upset because, my wife, she's on TikTok. She likes to look at TikTok, some of the feminine, homestead, stay-at-home wife type vibe culture on Instagram and TikTok. But when she went to log in, what was it, Saturday evening, and it said that it was no longer available in America, and then that it thanked President or soon to be President Donald Trump because he promised to work with them to reestablish it, and all these lefties were so upset because they hate Donald Trump, but then their precious little TikTok was taken from them, and now they have to thank Donald Trump for giving them back TikTok. Al Jazorta. That's what Jim Bob should name his. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Ed says, I quit keeping up with politics regularly, but this I tune in for. Well, all right, Ed, that's exactly what the purpose was. It was for me to gather what I think is the most interesting. And like I have Father Moses's videos, Father Moses McPherson. We're going to watch that video. It's only like 9 minutes because this caused a bit of a kerfuffle online amongst the Orthodox community. So that's kind of a drama alert. That's kind of like ortho news, if you will. So we're going to be watching that. So it's going to be a wide variety of stuff. You know, it's not just going to be focused on Trump or Elon Musk or anything, just anything that I think is interesting and that's going on. I'll do streams like this. And Ortho Cuber sends in too, says co-host with Andrew Wilson. Yeah, I'd be happy to. I think Andrew, he's so busy lately that, you know, if he wants to be my co-host, then he's more than willing or more than welcome. So anyway, shout out to the Wilsons. God bless Rachel and Andrew. Love you guys. Hope you guys are doing well. So anyways, let's get back to these EOs. So extended TikTok withdrew from the World Health Organization. This was one of my favorites. It kind of went under the radar. A lot of people weren't as excited compared to, like, especially the J6 seemed to get the most notoriety. But again, these international bodies, and if you remember, what was it, 2 years ago, the talk of Biden was going to allow like the World Health Organization, along with like the heads of state of various European countries, essentially dictate health policy in their countries. That's terrible. And you guys remember during the coup, the head of the WHO, the World Health Organization, was a literal communist, like literal communist, which is the whole point of establishing a sort of global communism. But I love the fact that he pulled out of the World Health Organization. So even if they tried to pull, you know, what was it? Dr. Peter Hotez was talking about how H1N1 is spreading and that we're going to have a new pandemic. But luckily we got all the jabs ready to go for everybody. At least if we're out of the World Health Organization, they can't control how we respond to it, which I love. Blue Skittle throws in 5, says, much rather hear an Orthodox perspective on the news than Daily Wire. I know, right? Gosh. I mean, even some of the more based Daily Wire people, but didn't they just get rid of was the Brett girl and then Candace Owens, and it all came down to criticism of Israel. So, you know, the Israeli Wire, you can talk about woke culture. You know, they'll let you talk about transgenders and LGBTQ people, pedophilia, but they won't let you criticize Israel. If you criticize Israel, that's one step too far. So anyways, pulling out of the WHO, that's fantastic. Restoring accountability, reinstates a previous EO. Employees and or applicants of scheduled policy career positions are not required to personally or politically support the current president. So restoring accountability to policy, influencing positions within the federal workforce, holding former officials accountable for election interference, takes away security clearance from 51 CIA agents. And I have a graph on some of the people that got taken out. Where is that? Oh, here it is. So I love this. Look at all these people that lost their security clearance. And this one doesn't even include John Bolton. So John Bolton, the you know, the war hawk himself, who you know, goes to bed at night dreaming of the US bombing Iran and getting into another global war. His security clearance has been taken away. I love it. John Brennan, I love it. I love it. So all these people right here, Panetta, Brennan, Clapper, Hayden, Hepburn. I'm just looking at some of the more prominent people. Shapiro, Slick, Love it. All these people had their security clearance taken away, so they can no longer see classified information. Love that. So that was I love that. That's like personally afflicts the people that I despise the most. Many of these intelligence agents, former, whatever it is, NSA, CIA. Yeah, Brennan is an absolute demon. He is, and he's, he converted to Islam, right? He's literally a white Muslim demon. So yeah, they says that one was interesting. Yeah, I love that he took. I love that he took away the security clearance of all those people. And then national emergency at the border, absolutely what we need. And people are already being turned away. The stay in Mexico policy is already enforced, and the Jewish president of Mexico, interestingly enough, didn't she have, what was it, like 26 or 28 people running for president against her? Mysteriously were all murdered by the cartel, but the first Jewish president of Mexico has now been elected. And she said that she was not going to work with Trump regarding some of the immigration stuff. And apparently he's contacted her and threatened her with tariffs, which would tank the Mexican economy. And now she says she's okay with the stay in Mexico policy, and that they will help even non-Mexican citizens. They will allow them to stay in Mexico and be rejected from the southern border. So that's great news as well. Resolve security clearances. This is a memorandum to resolve the backlog of security clearances for executive office of the president personnel. So expediting getting his people into place. That's always a plus. America First trade policy. Absolutely need that. Clarifying the military's roles. Did you see multiple people have already been fired from their military positions? At least the ones that Trump could do himself. Because Hegseth, who unfortunately is a Zionist, that was, I like Hegseth in regards to his stance on women in combat, his stance on, traditional kind of, he's Protestant, sort of, maybe he's evangelical. Same thing, but he has this sort of conservative Protestant Christian disposition. And he's got the Jerusalem cross with the tattoo that apparently he got kicked out of the National Guard for. So he's got some opinions that I like, but the one that I absolutely hate is that he's a dispensationalist. And this is the irony of all this, right? Is that Trump, Ivanka, Trump's daughter, is literally married to Jared Kushner, who is like Jewish royalty in Israel. His family is like way up there. And she had officially converted to Judaism, which is very sad. But it seems like Trump is one of the more critical people of Netanyahu. Now, maybe this isn't because of Israel per se, but it's because, as I said, his personal beef with Netanyahu for essentially backstabbing him and validating the 2020 election, and then being the first one to recognize Joe Biden as the president. Clearly, that really pissed Trump off. So maybe the whole Israel thing, Trump's probably going to be one of the more critical ones. And it's not due to, principles per se. It's really due to a personal vendetta. But hey, so be it. God works in mysterious ways, So next one is unleashing American energy. I love this. Gas prices are absolutely going to drop. I love that energy prices in the U.S. are going to drop. Already, our oil even now is still cheaper than places like in Europe. But we could be totally energy independent. And that, anybody who wants our country to succeed, that just makes total sense, right? Just from a geopolitical, military, economic standpoint, it makes sense to be energy independent. And so I think it's fantastic. And I heard, as I said earlier, that it potentially the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which just makes sense, right? It just makes sense. But that was partly, at least from some theories on X, partly the renaming was due to getting around some of the legislation in regards to drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. And because it's renamed, I guess there's like some legalese loophole that they can jump through and now say that they're not drilling in the Gulf of Mexico, they're drilling in the Gulf of America. So be it. So be it. Yeah. Chance Wright says Gulf of America, American flags. So be it. Hey, whatever helps my family succeed, whatever helps me get closer to owning the house I want and having the babies I want to make with my wife, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. So United People throws in $20. Thank you so much, United People. He says, I'm interested on the prophecy surrounding a cataclysm you mentioned, as I have been reading research that suggests a back-to-back cataclysm in May 2040 and November 2046, and how it relates to the book of Revelation. Well, as I said, United People, if you want to get access, I mean, you can literally go to the Eschaton Vigil. As I said, the Eschaton Vigil has spent hours, tons, hundreds of hours putting all this stuff together as the ultimate resource for the Orthodox faithful to have an opportunity to read these eschatological prophecies in English, because most of this, none of this stuff has been compiled in English, and especially not from the Russians, the Serbs, the Romanians, the Greeks. But that's what we're doing at the Eschaton Vigil. So I just shared that link. And if you want to get more details and information on that, I highly recommend you become a member at the Eschaton Vigil, and then you can search the database and find all this stuff on the specific topics you want. And the saints talk about how cataclysm and geological events are the will of God, because God created nature. And so God works in history through natural events. I mean, Noah, the flood, right? So this isn't totally outside like an Orthodox framework on how God relates to creation and the lack of repentance of certain nations and peoples. And for them, that this cataclysm and the civil strife that's going to occur in the United States is part and parcel of, you know, the debauchery that America has pushed on the world, the crimes against humanity. I mean, the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, the bombing of the Serbs under Clinton. You know, I love my people. I love the country of my people, but I really don't like my government. Really, there's not a lot to be proud about regarding the U.S. government, and especially many things that the U.S. military has been a part of, really since World War II. And you could even include World War II if you really wanted to. Not going to open up that can of worms, but if you want to get all that stuff, United People, go to the Eschaton Vigil and you can search all that stuff. And if you want to see me, I covered a thing that we put together at the Eschaton Vigil just concerning prophecies of America. That's in my stream on the Eschatological Visions of the Blessed. So in the Eschatological Visions of the Blessed, I actually had a document that is not available to public, but you can watch it in the video. I go over the whole thing, read the whole thing, and it's only on, at that point, the prophecies that we had translated just concerning America. So go back to that stream and you can check that document out. And if you wanted to, you could write it down. I mean, literally, it's on screen. I just, at the end, you know, I don't have permission working with the Eschaton Vigil to give that to anybody. That is purely just for the vigil, but it's right present in the stream if you guys want to see it. And David Gravy throws in 7, said, just wanted to help hit the target, enjoying the stream as always. Well, thank you so much, David. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate that. And we hit the target, guys. 15 super chats on YouTube. Really, really appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. And St. Innocent Orthodox Church throws in 5, says, good work, praying for you from St. Innocent and Irkutsk, Russian Orthodox MP in Redford, Michigan, Redford, Michigan. So thank you so much, St. Innocent Orthodox Church. God bless you guys. May you continue to prosper. And I'm sure you guys are also filled with catechumens, as it seems to be every Orthodox church. So thank you guys so much for the support. God bless you and everything you guys are doing for the faithful. So, okay, let's get back to scrolling through here. Realigning the U.S. refugee admissions. Okay. It's a limiting on the amount of refugees that can come in, which I think is great. We already have too many. We gotta take care of our own country first. American citizen, protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. I love that. And we haven't come across my favorite one yet. So I'm going to hold my tongue until we come across it. But if it's not here, then I'll tell you what it is. Securing the border. We already kind of talked about that. Putting people over fish, stopping radical environmentalism to provide water to Southern California. Seems like a no-brainer. But obviously California is more concerned about the smelt than they are the people of their own state. Restoring the death penalty. So, and protecting public safety. You know, the death penalty was one at church. We had a bit of a conversation about, because there is no dogma of the church regarding the death penalty. And clearly the Byzantine Empire, they had a death penalty. They had capital punishment. So what is the Orthodox response to the death penalty in 2025? I think that's a conversation we need to hear amongst the clergy. You know, me talking about it or pontificating, it doesn't really mean much, but I'd love to see a sort of pan-Orthodox clergy come together and speak about the role of the death penalty. And, you know, we at our church, we were kind of split. It was interesting that some of the older people were more in favor of not using it. Were some of the younger guys. We were at least creating circumstances which would make it plausible, like a serial pedophile. But you know, one of the interesting things. So my parish was founded by Father Athanasius. Love you, Father Athanasius. He's 92, and he founded All Saints, also in Bloomington, Indiana, a thriving Orthodox church. So he founded 2 Orthodox churches in his ministry. And his point was the guilt. So his hang up was he totally understood why the death penalty would be, why somebody would be worthy of the death penalty based on certain crimes. His point that I thought was really interesting, that's why I would love clergy to actually talk about it, was what is the guilt of the person that flips the switch? So whether it be, you know, an injection, what's the guilt in the Orthodox phronema, and from the Orthodox perspective, what's the guilt of the person injecting them? What's the guilt of the person using a firing squad? And I brought up the point that I believe Russia still has capital punishment. I know Belarus does, because it was just a few years ago that Belarus, a handful, I think they were radical Muslims, terrorists, they were sent to the firing squad, which is an incredibly efficient way. If you're going to have capital punishment, you know, shooting somebody, pretty easy. You know what? You have 4 people. The cost is what? 4 to 10 bullets. Seems to be one of the more cost-effective ways. But Orthodox nations are certainly still participating in capital punishment. You know, so it's not a settled matter. Whether you're for or against it, it really doesn't affect your consistency with Orthodox theology. There is a historical precedent with the Byzantine Empire. There's a historical precedent with Orthodox nations still doing it. You know, how do we understand that in America as Orthodox? I would love to hear clergy talk a little bit more about that. So why don't we create another poll here? So, all right, this is the conclusion of Elon's salute poll. I'm going to end this, and I'm going to create another poll on capital punishment. See what you guys think. So Elon salute, the final results, 431 votes, 19% intentional, 8% accidental, 26% believe it was a troll, and 47 believe it was autism. So it looks like autism wins our poll on Elon's salute. And the next one I'm going to do is capital punishment. Let's just see. Again, this isn't a dogma, so it's not a right or wrong. And I think you could make arguments from both sides as an Orthodox Christian. So the death penalty, yay or nay? So you guys can send in your votes now, and we can see what people think. So it looks like I'll check back here in a few. So you guys hit the poll on the death penalty, and we'll come back to it. But at least from Trump's perspective, he's restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety. We saw that Joe Biden pardoned not the crimes of a hand people on death row, but I I forget how it was worded, nullified their death sentence essentially. So they'll spend the rest of their lives in prison, which the taxpayer then has to pay for. I've seen people make arguments that it really doesn't cost that much to keep a person alive in prison. Like, what is the monthly cost of somebody on that's spending a life sentence in prison? I've seen people make the case that it's not that much. I've also seen people make the case that it doesn't matter how much it is. The fact that then innocent people have to pay for the existence of somebody who maybe did atrocious crimes. So I don't know. But anyways, death penalty is restored under Trump. A beautiful civic architecture. So promoting beautiful federal civic architecture. I think that's huge because beauty is essential for the soul, right? Art, architecture, beauty, these are things, aesthetics, these are things that we participate in that animals don't. And I think if we actually beautify America and restore, beautiful public buildings, I think, even going back to some of the Art Deco, right? You guys, are you familiar with some of the Art Deco stuff in early 20th century New York? Like that has a pretty cool vibe to it. I'm down with the Art Deco, but we got to get out of this abstract expressionism, postmodern art. I believe that the Obama Presidential Library has like no parallel lines in it or I'm not sure. Don't hold me to that. I read that somewhere on X, which again, if that is true, highlights the sort of postmodern turn in art where like you're going away from, perfect ratios, Fibonacci sequence, pi phi, sacred geometry, creating sacred space, as we know that does. So you're moving away from that to create like architecture that violates what we would consider the laws of natural aesthetics. So, Chris Rodriguez throws in $2 Canadian. Thank you so much, Chris. Really appreciate that. Modern Myth throws in $2. Thank you very much, Modern Myth. Glitchy Rhythm throws in 2, says Orthodoxy on the rise. Fun stream. Well, thank you so much, Glitchy. Really appreciate that. And United People throws in 20, says, thank you so much. Really appreciate that, United People, for the generous support. God bless you. And Stephen Cook throws in 5, says, what would the guilt be for Ortho warrior killing a pagan enemy? It's the same question the priest is asking, and we know soldiers were blessed. Well, my priest was saying it's a little bit different. So he was okay. So my priest, 92 years old, his point, and I'm just going to say his perspective here, just since Stephen Cook brings it up, is that if the Ottoman Turks were scaling the walls of Constantinople, my priest said he would happily pour, boiling oil or tar on them. He would happily defend Constantinople from the invasion of the Ottoman Turks. He then said that if somebody, now he's 92 years old. This is an old man who literally, he tells us all the time, he can't wait to get back to his wife in heaven. He's a pretty based old man. And so he always talks about how he's ready to die and jokes about it quite often. And, he said that based on where he's at on his life, being 92 years old, if somebody were to break into his home and threaten to kill him, he would let them do it because he's not going to fight it. And where he's at in his life, in his state of repentance, he doesn't want to deal with the judgment of potentially taking a human life. But he then said, as a young man, and if I'm a married man and I had my wife and children, and he said too, if he was a younger man and his wife was still alive and his children still lived with him, he would take on that judgment and defend and potentially take a human life in defense of the innocence of his family. So Orthodoxy is pretty clear about that. If you are faced with an aggressor and you defend yourself against them, you're not going to be able to take communion the next Sunday. You're going to have to go to confession, and there'll probably be some type of penance for that. I've seen usually it's at least a year of no communion or more. And this is even true with soldiers that go to war, at least from my understanding. Maybe somebody has information I'm not aware of, but from my understanding, even Orthodox men who go to war, if they kill somebody, they still cannot take communion without going through a process through the church of confession and dealing with whatever it is that they did. So I would say the Ortho warrior thing's a little bit different. I mean, the Orthodox Church is pretty clear that if a pagan enemy is threatening your nation, threatening your family, threatening the lives of innocent people, you are justified in taking their life. The question is somebody who is already incarcerated and given a life sentence for a crime, is it the same thing if we take their life? Because we could just let them die through natural causes in prison. And I think that's an interesting question. It's a subtle distinction, but I think it's worth clergy actually debating. And not that the church has to come with an official dogma or doctrine on it, but just for that topic, I've never heard clergy talk about that topic. I mean, maybe you guys know of a YouTube video or somebody speaking on that. I do not. I've never heard clergy speak on the death penalty and how we understand that as Orthodox. So it seems to be a bit divided, but I think if you're an Ortho warrior, you're clearly in the okay to take the life of a pagan enemy in battle. But if you're Orthodox and you're asked to inject somebody on the death penalty, is that the same thing? Not sure. I'm not sure. So anyways, so looking at all these executive orders, they actually don't have my favorite one. My favorite executive order of yesterday, if you guys can guess, was the holding of all international aid for 90 days. So that included Israel. So any country in the world, at least for 90 days, has been stopped until Trump, he said, he basically can figure out who and what amount of money he wants the United States to give in international aid. So that was probably my favorite one, along with the J6. So releasing the J6ers, getting out of WHO, getting out of the Paris Accord, and halting all international aid to all countries. Those were definitely my favorite. But let's see what the poll says on the death penalty. So you guys are pretty hardcore, which I would suspect with my audience. I already suspected that you guys would be more in favor of the death penalty. And so right now we have 186 votes here on YouTube. 78% of you guys are in favor of the death penalty. 22% are not. And as I said, there is not an official stance of the Orthodox Church on this. Oh yeah. Shout out to Dangerfield. He says, I liked Ambassador Base Mail. Do you guys know what he's referring to? So it was like, who was it? Sylvester Stallone, Mel Gibson, and who was the other one? I'm blanking on the other actors. I know Dangerfield knows. They are now Trump's ambassadors to Hollywood, and Trump wants to make Hollywood great again and make great American films. And he said he's basically put Mel Gibson. Yes, John Voight. Thank you, brother. Yeah, John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone are his. Yeah, make Hollywood great again. They are now his official Trump ambassadors to Hollywood. And so anything that Mel's a part of, I appreciate. And Mel had some pretty base takes on his recent Joe Rogan appearance, if you guys saw that. I really appreciated that. Kristen says Mel should be ambassador to Tradcats to leave Rome. Yeah, no, I loved what he said about the Pope. Now, he's kind of in the Sedevacantists camp. To me, it seems to be an untenable position. I mean, Dyer's debated so many of those Sedevacantists. You might as well just become Orthodox, right? We don't have to recognize the Bishop of Rome anymore. The dude's in heresy. So I wish they would just leave Rome and become Orthodox. But, Sedevacantists, probably not a tenable position long-term, but he was totally on point regarding the papacy and the degeneracy coming out of that. So, okay, what's the next thing we got here? We already did Elon salute. So this is an interesting one. I think this has a little bit of profanity. So if your children are with you, maybe turn off for just a moment. But Sam Hyde, if you guys remember after the H-1B fiasco, Elon Musk received a video, a very long monologue by Sam Hyde addressed to Elon Musk. And he just did a new one addressed to Vivek after, of course, he's been outed of the Trump administration and he will not be part of Doge, which I'm going to cover here in just a minute. And so this is a clip that I think is interesting. I saw a few clips, but this one was interesting because it was talking about the racial guilt stuff, and that it seems like the woke racial guilt for white people does seem to sort of has turned the corner in some degree, and it's not going to have the same efficacy as it did before. And we already know that Gen Z has a very different disposition towards these topics than even the majority of millennials, but certainly Gen X and boomers. And this is really why, you know, they wanted to ban TikTok. Did you guys see the video of Mitt Romney and who was the other guy? Was it Blinken? I think it was Blinken talking about TikTok. And I mean, they admitted it without fully admitting it, that it had to do with criticism of Israel, and that out of all social media platforms, TikTok was by far the most pro-Palestinian. And this is really why they wanted to shut it down. And that just demonstrates the differences with Gen Z, right? And so anyways, we're going to play, this is just a 30-second clip from Sam Hyde regarding kind of the new era of America regarding the racial guilt stuff.
This generation coming up, you guys, the jig is up. The whole thing that they use to lull my generation and older to sleep, this racial guilt stuff, like you owe somebody something for being white, that's over and done with. Nobody serious believes that anymore. And anybody that tells you anything like that is trying to get money out of you. They're trying to get their hand up your ass. The idea that the founders of this country, the people who built this country, built it because they wanted some Arab guy to have a vinyl rap shop, fuck all that. This generation coming up, you guys.
So, you know, I agree with this sentiment. I think that the younger generation, Gen Z, has very different political disposition than some of the older generations, including, just as Sam Hyde, we're both millennials. Even the millennials are still sort of cocked to political correctness, and Gen Z is not. And it really does feel like we've kind of turned a corner in America regarding the PC rhetoric and the wokeness and all this different stuff. So curious what your guys' thoughts are about that here in yeah, an Arab with a vinyl rap shop. I thought it was funny too. So Keenan Beats, shout out to Keenan Beats, throws in $5 on Streamlabs. He says, can you please have a stack of papers that you regularly tap on your desk as you introduce new news topics? Also, you can stare into the camera and drop a "this just in" every once in a while. That's pretty funny. I don't have a stack of papers. Actually, I have some right here. Let me see. Here we go. I'll go like this. This is just for Keenan. This just in. Yeah, I appreciate it, Keenan. God bless you, brother. And then over on the Dono chat, Jay Hamza sent in another $20. Thank you so much, Jay. He says, what's fascinating is who owns these media companies? Why do they never report positive things? What is their true intentions? I believe they want to break trust to sweep in and save us by us sacrificing our freedom. Absolutely. That's absolutely what it is. I mean, the media, we know, I mean, I think anybody with a IQ above room temperature is aware that it's entirely a propaganda outlet to entrain the mind of people to accept the next thing. And the cortisol levels of constantly showing negativity on the news is a way to get people engaged, right? I mean, this is why even on YouTube, even on TikTok, negativity is what gets the reactions, right? So if you say something really positive that people like, you know, they'll maybe give you a like, but if you say something really negative, you'll get the comments, you'll get the engagement, you'll get the emotional, visceral reaction, which makes money. And that's certainly true for news. I mean, anything that can cause a little bit of fear, you know, they run rampant with. Just like, you know, latest weather storm, you know, you get what, 5 hours of news on the latest thunderstorm, because it, you know, it has a little suspense and puts people in a state of fear. So I totally agree, Jay, that Yeah, somebody should look into who owns all these media companies. You know, who are these people and why are they constantly pushing fear? Interesting. And then Gary throws in a generous $50. Thank you so much, Gary. God bless you, brother. No comment. Really appreciate that, Gary. So thank you. Next one. This just in. Before anyone gets in an uproar, this is what I was talking about. So my good friend, Dr. Michael Moeller, I was talking with him yesterday, and one of the first things he said, I said, like, what are you up to? And he goes, dude, I'm just watching the Trump inauguration. Did you know he didn't put his hand on the Bible when he was sworn in? I said, what? He didn't put his hand on the Bible? And he goes, yeah. Do you think, I can't tell if it was deliberate or not. Maybe there's a symbolic gesture here. And he goes, I don't understand why there's two Bibles. And I said, well, from what I read, one Bible is what Trump's mother gave him. It's like a 1953 Bible or something. And then the other one was Lincoln's Bible. And he wanted to be sworn in on both of them. Now, I'm going to play you guys the video here.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after.
So here is the photo. You can see she's holding the Lincoln Bible and the Bible that his mother gave him. And he does not have his hand on the Bible, which is customary whenever you're being sworn in. And unfortunately, what was it? One of the recent congressmen was one of the first ones to be sworn in on the Bhagavad Gita. Ew. That's the story about Krishna and Arjuna and the role of fulfilling your dharma. If you guys are familiar with all that stuff, but he clearly does not have his hand on the Bible. Now, this post here is trying to give him, a benefit of the doubt. It says, before anyone gets in an uproar about President Trump's hand not being on the Bible he brought to the ceremony, note that Justice Roberts started the swearing in before DJT family got up there and before Melania even got up there with the Bibles. And so I'm going to play that video for you guys here.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Trump.
Biden doesn't even know where he's at. Now, from my understanding, there's like two swearing ins, and that I guess there's one that's done in private, which is, at least from what I read, maybe a little bit more serious than the one that they do at the inaugurational ceremony. But yeah, if I was up there and Melania wasn't there and then she shows up, I think I would have probably put my hand on the Bible. But what does it mean? Is it a symbolic gesture? Is it a nefarious sign of the future? I'm not sure. It seems, I kind of agree that it was, they weren't up there when he was being sworn in, and he kind of just continued with, holding up his right hand and being sworn into office. But I don't know. Curious what you guys think. Let me make another poll for that. So official results on the death penalty of you guys, you unforgiveful Orthodox people have 76% in favor of the death penalty. I think I'm actually in that camp too. So me personally, I think I'm also in the camp that I think I could theologically justify the death penalty. But 24% say no. So 24%, and that is with 264 votes here on YouTube. So death penalty, yay or nay, 76% yes wins the day. So for our chat, at least, the vast majority support the death penalty. Let's create another poll on thoughts on Trump not putting hand on the Bible. So we're going to go with deliberate, or just accident? Okay. So what do you guys think? Trump not putting his hand on the Bible, was it a deliberate act of Christian defiance, or was it because Justice Roberts was already swearing him in before Melania was able to step up with the Bibles? What do you guys think? I'm really, I lean towards accident. And it seems like I've been in total agreement with the chat so far on all of our polls. I agree. I think it's 65% right now are saying accident, 37% deliberate. I think it was an accident. Justice Roberts started before Melania brought the Bibles. I think he was already so focused on the swearing in, he just didn't think. And Melania, when you look at it, she's kind of standing behind him to a degree, right? So it's not like she's like directly up next to him in his line of sight. She's kind of standing behind him. So I go with the accident on that one. Here, let me turn I got a heater on. Let me turn that off. Okay. Blue Skittle says, you've brainwashed us well. Yes, you guys are all part of an MK Ultra operation that I'm performing through my YouTube page. So sorry about you. Let's see. It is 69% accident, 31 deliberate. I'm going with the accident as well. Bobby C throws in another $2, says, wasn't capital punishment allowed by God to Noah? Yes. And that's, again, and it was allowed after the New Testament and during the Old Testament. So, and I brought up on the conversation regarding capital punishment and the death penalty that Christ literally says that if it'd be better to place a millstone around your neck and basically go drown in the ocean than harm one of the innocent ones, meaning children. And so how, I brought this up during the conversation at church and nobody had a real strong response to it. And I thought another really interesting observation is one of the deacons at the church said, what do we do when an icon becomes corrupted? Like, the paint flakes off or it's no longer useful for liturgical purposes. He said, we burn it. We burn it. We burn it. And he was making the point that when something has become corrupted like a human soul and they've committed a serious atrocity, that like an icon, because we are icons of God, we are icons of Christ, that there's a sort of iconographical reasoning behind potentially utilizing the death penalty. So curious what you guys think about that one. But yeah, Bobby C, the capital punishment was clearly condoned in the Old Testament. But all right, Omni Ott throws in $2. This is your lane right here, bro. 550. Let's go. Well, thank you, Omni Ott. It is apparently this is a very popular format here. It's just kind of covering news topics and having fun with you guys, So I still like to do my research streams. I still like to do, my educational streams that are kind of just focused on one particular topic and point. We're still going to do those, but I think this is good. This is fun. I think we're going to keep doing some of these. I don't know. Maybe is Drama Alert a good title for it? Because really, I'm just kind of covering people's, thoughts and kind of drama that's on social media. I don't know. You guys still haven't given me a great title for this new video series. I could create a playlist. I got sponsored streams, theological streams. Logos Theology has its own playlist. Movie reviews with BLA has its own playlist. I need to come up with a name for this. Drama Deep Dive, says Banana Bread. Yeah, Drama Alert. Oh, that's right. That guy. I don't watch. I forget his name. He's got the beard, right? The Drama Alert guy. He's got a big beard. Yeah, we got to get something different than that then. Drama Llama. Yeah, get a different guest host with Jim Bob, BLA, FDA. That'd be fun. That's a great idea, Crispy. If you guys didn't see, Crispy just said, get a different guest host each week going over. I'll curate all the news and ask people to come on and talk about it with me. Oh, Keemstar, that's his name. Thank you, Arms. I am not into that like Twitch streaming, YouTube drama world. Yeah. So Keemstar has the drama alert thing. You're right. You're right. Yeah, we can't do drama alert. That's for sure. But having some other Orthodox and even maybe a clergy person, maybe a priest who would be interested in coming on and going over the news, that would be pretty fun too. Yeah, weekly overview. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Weekly overview. I kind of like that. Clontarf. Harry headlines with guest Chris Cuomo. Oh gosh, you guys are hilarious. Weekly world news. Ortho take. Yeah. No, we are not doing Allah alert, Chance Rice. We are not doing Allah alert. That's ridiculous. Shout out to Wicked Wally throws in 5, says everyone over analyzing where Trump's left hand is and / or isn't. Please explain in great detail how I can have as much free time as y'all. Good question, Wicked Wally. Hey, God bless you, brother. Hope you are doing well. I know that you probably just woke up and are getting ready to work rest of the night and evening, but we appreciate you, Wicked Wally. We appreciate your jokes. God bless you, brother, and hope everything is going good for you. And Just throws in 5, says collab with Kingpilled, please. I'm telling you, shoo-wee. You know, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll ask Kingpilled if he wants to join me on the next one of these news things, and we can kind of riff on some of the latest happenings. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, Kingpilled's a good dude. I like him. COTEL News Network. You guys are hilarious. You guys are hilarious. All right, let's get to the next one. So we just covered Trump hand on the Bible. What's the next one we got? This one is former J6 hostage and leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio. He joined InfoWars today concerning his release by being a J6 hostage. And it's 43 minutes. I didn't want to play this whole thing, but essentially he just kind of thanks Trump for releasing him. And I thought this was pretty interesting underneath it, is that a 2021 Reuters article discussed that Enrico Tarrio is the leader of the Proud Boys extremist groups, has a past as an informer for federal and local law enforcement, repeatedly working undercover for investigators after he was arrested in 2012, according to a former prosecutor in a transcript of a 2014 federal court proceeding obtained by Reuters. So anyways, whether he is a federal informant or not, I am glad that, at least he was released for, I think he had a 22-year sentence for being there at J6, or was he not there? Somebody had the largest one was like 22 years and they weren't even, maybe it was, you guys would know. Is it Enrique Tarrio that he got 22 years and he wasn't even there? Yeah. Chinu says 100% a Fed. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's now public fact. The question is whether he's still a Fed or not. And if he's the leader of the Proud Boys, I could expect that he still is. But yeah, he wasn't even there. That's right. So Enrique Tarrio received the biggest sentence of the J6 people that were prosecuted, and he wasn't directly there. He was charged with like leading the Proud Boys and people. Because Joe Biggs, I mean, he worked with InfoWars. He was released last night. Yeah. Tarrio wasn't even at the Capitol, and yet he got the biggest sentence. So then you could ask, if you're a federal informant, why would you get 22 years for something that you weren't even at, unless maybe there's a give and take here or something? I'm not sure. Oh, he got busted for pistol magazines in D.C. Yeah, and Staff Sergeant Joe Biggs was released. Exactly. Yeah. So anyways, we're not going to watch all that. I just thought that was interesting and worth noting. That was happening today. And then here's a good one. So old Mr. Vivek. So Vivek, this guy, this isn't a big post. I just happened to, the For You page just happened to bring this into my vision here. And it says, search Vivek on Google News. He was apparently being treated as a rising star by Team Trump, but alienated everyone long before this gem of a 118 million viewed tweet. Quote, he deeply resents American culture, says a former classmate. And as I said, here, let me just go back here and look it up. So Vivek, how was it worded? Vivek overstayed welcome. Oh, I didn't even spell it right. That probably would help. So there's a bunch of stuff that was going around. Yeah. So breaking news, Vivek Ramaswamy is reportedly set to exit Doge following tensions with staff. A Trump insider comments Vivek has overstayed his welcome. And so I say all that to read you guys the big tweet that apparently, and again, we don't know who in the Trump orbit this really irritated the most. I speculate, knowing some of the stuff that Stephen Miller has said, and that he's very close to Trump, that what Vivek says in this tweet probably irritated him. And apparently this H-1B and his condemnation of essentially white America rubbed some people close to Trump the wrong way. And so I want to read this whole tweet. This is apparently what all the tension's about. So it's 118.1 million views, massively viewed tweet, 51,000 comments, and 154,000 likes. So he reads let me zoom in a little bit too. The reason this is Vivek Ramaswamy arguing why Americans are outcompeted by Indians and why Indians receive 70% of the H-1B visas in this country for quote unquote high skilled labor, even though when we talked about that before, it's not exactly all high skilled. But he says the reason top tech companies often hire foreign born and first generation engineers over native, so heritage Americans, isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Oh, okay, that's not the C word I was thinking. Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Okay, tell me, Vivek, what's the truth? Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 1990s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college. It starts young. Now, again, mind you, if you remember the stream I did a while back on Elon Musk and America First, what was it, like a week or two ago? It was right after this H-1B fiasco. I showed you guys how Vivek got wealthy. He basically invested in a Alzheimer's drug that his mother was doing the studies for, and it failed. It failed its trials. He somehow acquired the company for like $3 million or something. His family was already wealthy, and then he promoted it and went on MSNBC and all the news networks claiming that they had the cure to Alzheimer's, and got all this venture capital invested in that company. Then he sells it, and then they perform the trials 2 more times, and they fail both times. And so essentially he scammed America, got all this money invested in his company, and then got out of it regarding Alzheimer's drugs. So that's how Vivek literally made his money, is essentially through a scam. And he knew that this stuff wasn't working. I don't believe it. He's talked about it and said that he really believed that, they were doing good work regarding all. I don't believe it. And especially with his mother being the one that was doing the test trials, I don't believe it. Anyways, that's just a little bit of context of who he is. And so a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zach and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel and Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. Well, ironic to this is that I believe it's Zach in Saved by the Bell. When they take the SAT, he scores higher than Screech. That's one of the episodes. So Screech is the nerd. Zach's more of the popular, athlete, good-looking guy at school. And he actually scores higher than Screech without doing all the studying and preparation that Screech did. And here's the thing: a culture that venerates the prom queen and the jock, it has to do with like primal fecundity, right? So somebody that's very beautiful, genetics, beauty, aesthetics, something to aspire towards, something that inspires people. And the jock, it has to do with like physical competition, which is really all sports are a substitute for war, right? So we don't go to battle for each other to find out who's the best warrior. We play sports, we play football, basketball, and people then can express their athleticism through these means. And so there's a real sort of primal function to even those things. And there's nothing wrong with also having a culture that would celebrate more of the intellectuals, more of the erudite student types in school. So the valedictorians, I don't think that they should be shunned, but it's a different type of competency. And it's a competency that can only thrive in a society that, is actually guarded by really strong, athletic, warrior-like men. So it's like there's an ordering here that I think is interesting, although he doesn't get at. So maybe you guys disagree with that. That's just my general thoughts. Anyways, he says, fact, I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. Now, do the shows themselves promote mediocrity? I don't know. If your child is only watching television all the time, yeah, that's a problem. This is like the iPad parents, right? Get your children off the damn iPad. Like I'm tired of going to a restaurant and seeing these kids that are like nonverbal 5-6-year-olds because all they know is how to like scroll. That's not good. That's bad parenting. I agree. If that's the point he's trying to make, I totally agree with that, Vivek. But I don't know if the TV shows themselves are deliberately promoting mediocrity, but we can certainly say that entertainment in America is subversive in promoting, potentially mediocrity and all types of things that we wouldn't support. And I know that immigrant parents, I've known a few that were, for example, Chinese and Indian, and there is an expectation for certain children to do really well in school and the idea that they can come to America. So, for example, I know an Indian family that I grew up with, and I went to high school with one of their sons, and their family bought gas stations. So they bought one gas station, they became successful, bought another gas station. This is how their family began to attain money. And there was expectations on the children to do really well in school so that they would become doctors or lawyers. And that was essentially their out. They were either going to continue the family business or they're going to become doctors and lawyers, because then they can be highly educated and successful people. I think most Americans also would want that for their children. And I think that, yes, maybe American parents could do better to becoming aware of the nefarious and subversive elements of media in general. So, but does that mean that because they had immigrant parents that limited TV, they became wildly successful STEM graduates? No, because I also know people that grew up in homes where their parents limited TV and television and all that different stuff, and they didn't grow up to become wildly successful. So I don't think this is a case in point true for everybody. And so then he says, more movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chilling, more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Okay, so I agree that books are a big one. Like my children, one, I'm not going to be an iPad parent, and I'm going to force them to learn how to read and develop an appetite and a love for reading, because we know that it's good for the brain. It's good. It's good for the person. It's good for the soul to be able to become a reader and be able to sit and focus and take in information and understand what it is you're reading for long periods of time. That is a skill that not everybody has. And in our highly connected media world that we're in, people are losing that skill, and that's not a good thing. So, okay, I can agree with that. But also, I don't want my son to not have sleepovers or be an antisocial like nerd. That's also not the goal. Being social, and anybody who's an adult knows that half of it has to do with being social. It's about who you know if you want to be successful, right? You could be incredibly competent, but in many ways it comes down to who you know, which is going to be tied with social circles and social IQ as opposed to just intellectual IQ. So anyways, most normal American parents look skeptically at those kids of parents. More normal American kids view such quote, those kids of kids with scorn. If you grew up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you know in the 90s or even now who raised their kids according to one model versus the other, and be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent. And if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. Well, how's that going in India? Isn't India now the most populated country in the world? Shouldn't they be the most dominant country in the world? Why aren't, if this is a sort of Indian culture that's sort of being transposed from India and brought to America, and that this is why Indians are 70% of the H-1B visas, which I think it's because of British colonialism, and that Indians mostly speak English. That it's much more efficacious to use these H-1B visas for Indians because they already speak English. But wouldn't India be like the most successful country in the world? And he says, this can be our Sputnik moment. We've awakened from slumber before, and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden age era in America, but only if our culture carefully wakes up. A culture, once again, prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. That's the work we have to cut out for ourselves, rather than wallowing in victimhood and just wishing or legislating alternative hiring practice into existence. I'm confident we can do it. 2 American flags. So this apparently is what rubbed some of the people in the Trump orbit the wrong way. And I guess he was also making other comments that people weren't too fond of. So we're going to leave that there. And should we do another poll? You guys want to do a poll on Vivek? I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on Vivek. So let's just, the poll that I just put up on Trump not putting up his hands, 60% said accident, 40% said deliberate. I agree with the 60%. Next one I'm going to ask, is Vivek right about Americans and us being mediocre? Caravaggio says, I vote deport. So, okay, I just posted a new poll, guys. The question now is Vivek right about Americans and us being mediocre? And 75% says no. I agree with the no. I think that we have a subversive culture filled with progressive, really a liberal mind virus, and that the homogeneity of broken down of our culture is actually detrimental to the thriving of the country itself. And America seemed to be doing pretty good for itself in the 50s, 60s, and even the 70s before all the mass immigration. So we'll leave that one up. Okay, next story here. What's the next one we got? This is the DC police who are refusing to release some of the J6ers last night. So I'm just gonna play this video, and I don't have animosity towards this particular officer. I know he was kind of being lambasted on X last night because there's so many videos of people asking him, why aren't the J6ers coming? And he was just sitting there. I have been told that nobody else will be released tonight, and those were my orders. So this is him basically saying that to another person.
Is there anyone who was impacted by the president's order tonight who is being kept in here? Or is it like nobody's in there who was impacted by the order?
Okay. What I know is nobody else is being released tonight. That's what I was told.
Okay.
That is verbatim.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And so today, what I found is that breaking news, the United States Marshals have entered the DC prison that is refusing to release the remainder of the J6 hostages, should have massive charges brought against this prison. Not sure. Now, again, I don't know if this particular officer was against the releasing of these prisoners. I assume not. But I love the fact that Trump is playing hardball and found out that not all of them were released and sent the U.S. Marshals to get them out. I thought that was pretty cool. And then this is just some of the latest stuff. This is a good Twitter page or X page that I follow, is Breaking 911. And so this, I don't know how I feel about this. There's a Project Stargate Trump announced today, which is essentially like billions of dollars being invested into advanced artificial intelligence. So I'll play this one for you guys because I thought, obviously, I follow transhumanism and AI, all that stuff pretty closely. Now, I can see both sides of the coin because if we just stop AI, China's developing theirs, Russia's developing theirs. I'm sure the Middle Eastern countries are developing theirs. Various companies here in the U.S. are developing theirs. I think it's an existential threat. I don't think it can become sentient. I think that whoever has control over it, whoever gets the most advanced AI, that this could really be trouble. And my general thoughts when I heard this is that I feel like Trump, I can get his rationale for why they need to do all this investment, but it really feels like they're kind of creating the beast. But here it is.
On this massive new investment. Peter.
And congratulations on your massive new show, Will. Good to see you every day at 4 o'clock. Today's big announcement here, though, it's about Project, of course, it's about Project Stargate. That's what they're calling it. The CEOs of OpenAI and Oracle and SoftBank are going to be here talking about this $100 billion joint data center venture that they have. The action today follows about 200 executive actions yesterday, and the most immediate policy changes that we have seen so far are immigration policy changes. In fact, right now, ICE agents are out there rounding up and arresting illegal immigrants.
It's been clear, I've been clear that right out of the gate, we're looking for public safety threats. ICE agents are out there doing that now.
The president has also canceled DEI funding, said the U.S. is only going to recognize 2 genders, and said that the U.S. is now going to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Oh, that was another one I forgot to mention when we were doing the executive orders, that the fact that Trump has now made it federal U.S. policy that there is only male and female genders, right? Not sex, not playing the game of the woke mind virus, but saying, no, there's only male and female. I absolutely love that. And I saw people on TikTok, the kind of blue-haired crazies, oh my gosh, we're under attack. They're going to kill us. No, it's just again returning back to normalcy. But here, the Stargate thing, I'm a little concerned about.
And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast.
The president and Vice President Vance attended a prayer breakfast today, and they wound up getting an earful from the Reverend.
There are.
We already watched that. We're not going to listen to that lesbian bishop talk anymore. But anyways, going through here, Trump halts foreign development aid for 90 days pending review. I love that one, as I mentioned. Here's Schumer lying, as he normally does, claiming that Officer Sicknick was killed at J6. No, he actually, and this is a kind of an objective news site that we know for a fact he died from natural causes. But this is going to be the last one I was going to show regarding all the inauguration stuff. We're going to move here into a new topic, but this is Megyn Kelly talking about Lauren Sanchez. So if you guys don't know, Lauren Sanchez is the I believe wife. It may be his girlfriend, but Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon and the Washington Post and all that different stuff. He divorced his wife, and now I don't know if he's married. It may just be his girlfriend. But there was some interesting conversation about her wardrobe. So if you looked at Ivanka Trump, if you looked at Melania Trump, it was very classy, right? They had hats, they had dresses that went all the way up to the neck. There was no cleavage. There was nothing sexual about it. Very elegant, very timeless. And then Jeff Bezos's wife walks in, and literally, you can kind of see it here. All she has is a bra and a sport coat over. A bra, I mean, if your wife or girlfriend, if I was attending the presidential inauguration, I wouldn't let my wife just wear a bra. That's literally what she has on, and then a sport coat over it. Who does that? That is so trashy. That is so trashy. And then, of course, you can see all the plastic surgery and stuff like that. And I'm not a huge Megyn Kelly fan. She gets a few topics right. She's pretty good on the transgenderism stuff, but she's kind of a boss babe, feminist type. So there, I agree with some of her stuff, but this was a takedown of that. And did you guys see the videos of? I'll find it. I'll play this, and then I'll find the video of Zuckerberg like catching a little peeky poo at her tits. So she stands in front of RFK Jr. and at one point she turns around and you can see he kind of keeps his eyes away from her chest. And then Zuck stands next to her and he's like looking at her, and then he quickly looks down at her breast and then looks back up and smiles. I'll show it to you in a second. But anyway, here's Megyn Kelly on Lauren Sanchez's outfit.
Jeff Bezos runs the Washington Post, owns it, and owns Amazon, of course. And I will tell you, this is not my first time saying she dresses like a hooker, because she does. And we called out, we had to deal with some Hollywood PR firm. I can't remember who we were trying to get, but we tried to avoid those people, but sometimes you can't. And the PR agent went off on our booker. They're so angry because they represent her or they do some business with her. And she had, talked to them, whatever. It's like those two don't like to be made fun of. Yep. He's done a lot to change his look. He looks nothing like he looked 20 years ago. I don't think she's seen a doctor. She doesn't want to go under the scalp. I mean, you tell me. That's not natural. No. And that's fine if that's your choice, but have some dignity and some respect for your setting in your circumstances. No one should be talking about your tits. Sorry. They should be talking about the inauguration.
Fair enough. I agree with her. But now I have to get Zuckerberg. I bet somebody posted it in the comments. Bezos in a brawl. There's a photo of it. Oh, here it is. Oh gosh, I need to get a video. I bet if I just put in Zuckerberg, it'll pop up. Here it is. Hey, at least he's a red-blooded man. The robot theory, that wouldn't work on a robot, but it's funny to see his little smirk right after. Like, watch this. Watch his little smirk after he looks at It's oh, exactly. Zuck's starting to look more human now. Bezos founder in space. She's a Klaatu space thought bot. Oh gosh. Oh man, that's funny. That's funny. Anyways, catching up on the super chats. Harry Serpano sends in $5. He says, either call it Orthodox News or Ortho News. God bless you, DPH. Thank you very much, Harry. And I will take that in consideration. A few people said Ortho News. Some people thought it sounded like a dentist orthodontics website for news. So I'll definitely come up with something good. And then over on Dono chat, Justin Henley throws in 5. Thank you so much, Justin, for your support today. He says the Orthodox Inquirer was a good name, but since you're making it a discussion on the guilt of death penalty, if you were the executor, wouldn't it be the best to treat all your executions with repentance? Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a good discussion. I like to hear clergy talk about what is the guilt of somebody who, if say it's an Orthodox Christian who performs the execution of a death penalty prisoner of the capital punishment, somebody on death row. What is the spiritual guilt of somebody who follows through with that? It has to be a little bit different than if you're at war. It has to be a little bit different if you're defending your family from an intruder or somebody trying to violate the innocence of a child through physical violent means. So I don't know. But maybe I need to try to get some priests together, maybe do a panel here on the channel of if I can get like multiple priests and bring that up. That would be pretty interesting. And so Blue Skittle throws in 10 and says, hard for me to take advice from a rat worshiper. Yeah, me too. He's talking about Hinduism. So if you guys aren't familiar, there's like different temples dedicated to different animals over in India. So they have like a serpent temple that's filled with snakes. They have a temple dedicated to Hanuman, the monkey god. It's filled with monkeys. And they have a rat temple that's just, thousands and thousands of rats. And I think that's what Blue Skittle's referring to. And Jay Hamza throws in 10 and said, did anyone see Bill's mouth hanging open the whole time during the inauguration? He looked high. Probably that, or he was just oogling at all the women there. You guys remember the famous video during Trump's first inauguration and Hillary caught him staring at Melania. Let me see if I can get that. Bill Clinton, Melania. Ah, dang it. I'm so bad at typing quickly. Here it is. This is when Hillary Clinton's look at him. He's like licking his look at him lick his lips while he's staring at Melania, and watch Hillary catch him.
As they watch this moment.
Oh, no, he didn't.
First Lady, she's talked about the concerns. They say they're looking for not only to see.
Okay, that's funny. That is good humor. That's funny. That was Zuck before he was human, right? So, anyways, funny stuff. Okay, next one is this was something I saw on Instagram regarding Elon. Again, kind of gets at to him being a gaslighter, but like I said, this video, and you have to be careful with the TikTok stuff. It goes down these crazy conspiracy rabbit holes where it's like this one, for example, is talking about how his utilization of Nikola Tesla and his companies is tied with him having a secret to the pyramids in Giza, and that it has to do with like the conducting of electricity. I don't think so, but I saw it going around. I'll share it with you guys. Interesting to look at least. So it is weird. Like he's wearing a jacket that says, Novus Ordo Seclorum. you know, interesting. I don't know. I just saw it making the rounds. Thought it was worth sharing. Curious what your guys' thoughts are on that. And so let's see here. This was interesting. Did you guys see what the UK did this last week? Where now they're threatening their citizens that even if they watch what they consider far right content, that they could be sentenced up to 15 years in prison. Crazy. Watch this.
There's no doubt in my mind this would have been the fate of the United States if something had gone differently last week. The UK is now saying they are going to imprison any citizen that views what the government deems to be far-right propaganda online for up to 15 years. I have so many questions about this, not the least of which is, can you even control what comes up in your algorithm? If something just happens to pop up in your feed, are you doomed to spend more than a dozen years in federal prison?
Right to jail, right away.
Who gets to determine what far-right propaganda is? Because let's be honest, by modern UK standards,
So you get the point. I can't really listen to Woman Proud. Her voice just kind of irritates me a little bit. But you guys get the idea. Isn't that crazy? Great Britain, my gosh. It's amazing that the island country of England and the British Empire, who dominated the world, the sun never set on the British Empire, and to see where they're at now, my gosh. Justin said W for I can't the voice, it's just kind of shrill, and like I can't listen to like the women. Like I can listen to Candace Owens, actually. Like Candace doesn't bother me that much. Her voice doesn't bother me, but like that chick's, even though I agree with her, I totally agree with what she's saying. Totally agree about Britain and like this new policy trying to stop far right extremism. But the voice, yeah, kind of rubs me the wrong way. Francis Boulet, Orthodoxia and Orthopraxia throws in 5 and says, God bless you, brother. Was recently introduced to your channel. Well, thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate the support, and God bless you. Our brother Jay Hamza, shout out to Jay with all the support. He says, yes, he's right in a sense. We've been too comfortable, and that's why Christianity is failing. It's flourishing now because we woke up late. I agree with that. I mean, we can see that the cultural tide has turned in America, and we did. We got complacent. We allowed the culture to be subverted. It didn't happen overnight. It happened through these incremental steps, and now we realize where we got to, and the pendulum does seem to be swinging back, right? And even the mimetic, whether Elon's autism was the reason for his, Roman salute, the mimetics of it, you can't stop it. Like the pendulum has already swung back, and it's swinging with a force right now. And Gen Z is not the baby boomers, and Gen Z is not the millennials or the Gen Xers. Gen Z is a different generation that grew up in America that essentially hates them. So I totally agree with you, Jay. And that's why I said I agree with some of the stuff that Vivek said, but the ultimate premise of it was stupid and didn't make full sense. With that being said, let's look at the poll. What is our poll? Is Vivek right about Americans? 68%, 69% says no, 31% says yes. So again, I'm in consensus with my chat. I appreciate you guys. Totally agree with you again. So the brainwashing, the MK Ultra project I'm running through this YouTube channel seems to be clearly working. And then Tommy Jones became a new COTEL crew member. Thank you so much, Tommy. Really appreciate you. And H. Brossi throws in 10, says Megyn Kelly is objectively an undercover feminist. Oh, I agree. She is a boss babe feminist. She's a conservative boss babe feminist, which is again, if we're going to do a paradigmatic critique of Megyn Kelly, there's a contradiction there. And she talks about patriarchy and then she talks about very feminist things. So yeah, I agree with you, H. Brossi. She is. She criticized Trump and Vance for being too brotastic. Yeah, what was it? It was the rally in New York City, the one that they were labeling a Nazi rally. She did that. I watched that clip. She said it was too brotastic and you're not going to appeal to the women. So what? So what? Men lead, women follow. And if it's a little bit more brotastic and let's say 70% of the men following that line, we only need some of the women. Okay. The Democrat Party can have all the feminists. It's okay. Being too brotastic is not the worst thing in the world. And then All Is Vanity throws in 5, says thesis, Biden, antithesis, Trump, synthesis, Zionist New World Order. Everything between is a show to distract through emotion. I mean, I agree with you. I talked before about how pro-Israel that Trump is. And what I worried is that he would capitulate to the whims of Netanyahu and potentially use the U.S. military to attack Iran. But as I said, also, the interesting thing is, and maybe it is a sort of playing off a sort of dialectic or something, but Trump sharing the Jeffrey Sachs video saying that Netanyahu basically controls U.S. foreign policy and gets the U.S. to essentially annihilate Israel's enemies and use our taxpayer money to do it. I haven't heard a presidential nominee or a president, voice that sentiment since essentially JFK, and we all know what happened to him. Maybe Nixon. I know Nixon wasn't a big fan. I guess maybe you could say Nixon, but I think that's a good thing. And as I said, if Trump, which is being allegedly reported, has a personal beef with Netanyahu because he was the first to validate the 2020 election as an international leader and the first one to call Joseph Biden and congratulate him on his victory, I think that plays well. Obviously we know Trump, all his funding. I mean, he got many of his loans to build his buildings from Jews. We know Ivanka and Jared. We've seen the Wailing Wall pictures. Same thing with JD Vance. He's wearing the little hat, kissing the Wailing Wall. But if Trump has a personal vendetta against Netanyahu, I think that's fantastic. So I don't totally disagree with you, all is vanity, and I clearly see what you're also seeing. And Admiral Murat throws in 5 and says, why ortho Christians so upset when a vigilante carries out justice when the state won't? Doesn't God use heathens to destroy the wicked in Scripture? Who are the Orthodox Christians that are so upset with a vigilante? I guess I'm not sure what you're referring to, Admiral. Are you? Who's the vigilante? I didn't bring that up today. So I agree that God destroys the heathens. I definitely don't disagree on that at all. But I'm not sure what you're referring to, why Orthodox Christians are upset with vigilantes. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yeah. Vigo says I'm Batman. Yeah. So if a vigilante was carrying out true justice because of the state, even if it was maybe violated the ethics of the Orthodox Church, maybe I would turn a blind eye. So I'm not sure exactly, Luigi. Admiral Rot said Luigi. I'm not sure, brother. I appreciate the support, but I'm just not sure what you're referring to. So anyways, thank you for the support. But I think out of all the Christians, Orthodox Christianity is probably the most okay with masculine violence in the name of a righteous God, righteous indignation. So, Luigi Mangione. I don't know if that I would consider him a vigilante. Yeah, there's rumors that he's a homosexual and he had back problems, and the insurance company that he took out, I mean, they are the highest in denying claims. I get his sentiments, and I get the whole sentiment of hatred towards the medical insurance in America itself. No doubt with that. I mean, our medical system's totally corrupt, and it's run by the insurance companies. It's run by big pharma, who's in cahoots with the insurance company. So I'm totally in agreement there. I I struggle with seeing Luigi Mangione as a righteous vigilante bringing about justice. Um, but I totally sympathize with his criticisms of health insurance in America and the not denying of claims of people that have pre-existing conditions and different ailments. So I don't know. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. I can sympathize with the cause. Can't support the what you could consider a vigilante in Luigi Mangione. Um, yeah, Admiral says horrible CEO and corrupt medical insurance kills many. I agree. I don't want vigilantes. I want the state to take response. I agree. I totally agree with that. I don't think him killing the CEO changes anything. So I agree with you. I want the state to take responsibility too. We have to reform the medical industry in this country. Absolutely. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. So I think we share the same sentiment, Admiral, in regards to the medical establishment. I think labeling Luigi a vigilante maybe goes a little bit too far for me personally. And then Mason, he throws in 5. He says, I think he's referring to the shooting of that. Yeah. Thank you, Mason. I appreciate that. And then H. Brossi says, exactly. She was saying that like we're supposed to give a damn about how women that want to smite their unborn children feel. Yeah. And is Megyn Kelly against abortion? I'm not sure. Do you guys know in the chat? I don't know if Megyn Kelly, I would assume she's pro-life. I mean, she's got children and stuff. But I'm not sure. Oh, hey, shout out to Rachel. God bless you and Andrew. I mentioned you guys earlier. She says, I'm just here listening while I cook. What's up? God bless you, Rachel. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Now let's get to let's get to the last bit of info that we're going to get into is the current beef or supposed beef between Sam Shamoun and Wes Huff. So Wes Huff, as you guys know, we covered the Wes Huff, Billy Carson debate. Wes did a great job destroying Billy Carson and his sort of ancient alien, new age theology that he promotes. And from my understanding, Billy Carson really hasn't even recovered from that. I mean, let's go to Billy Carson's channel real quick. I don't think he's recovered. That's hilarious. You put in Billy Carson and Wes post of the where is his channel? Is this his channel? Free Thinkers Podcast? No, that's not it. There it is. Billy Carson. Did he take his stuff? He had a channel over 1 million people. Did he hide a bunch of it? Interesting. Let's go Billy Carson. And then we'll just do filters for channels. There it is. Forbidden Knowledge. Here it is. 1.1.
Mesopotamia.
Let's see how many views he's getting recently. 2.3 thousand, 5.4 thousand, 3.4 thousand. He is not getting the views he was. I mean, he has a UFO disclosure coming, 54,000. That's one of his more popular videos as of late. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, let's just scroll down to like before the debate. Yeah, 7.227. So it's not totally inconsistent, but 104,000 humans from the future were sent back in time to build the moon. Oh my gosh, 104,000 views for that. Humans from the future were sent back in time to build the moon. Oh my gosh. Maybe his audience doesn't have the IQ to even recognize what's going on. Anywho, I digress. So I was I just I just clicked on YouTube yesterday and I saw this video that was going around. It doesn't have tons of views, and it's by this guy here. Push that envelope. I think he's a black Hebrew Israelite, and he's like really proud about it. And he seems to have a beef with the Protestants. And maybe you guys can help me in the chat. I'm not sure why he has a. Is it that the black Hebrew Israelites claim that they wrote the Old Testament or something, and so they're not totally down with sola scriptura because they have an oral tradition or something? Anyways, this guy was posting stuff about Sam Shamoun has nasty words for Wes Huff, and I'll go to the next one. It was about Wes Huff claps back or something at Sam Shamoun, which wasn't true. I'll show you guys, but I will show you clips of Sam Shamoun trying to undermine Wes Huff's sola scriptura. So Wes Huff, as you guys know, I think we came to the conclusion he's a Baptist. And when he was on Joe Rogan, he kept talking about the canon and he kept referring to 66 books, the 66 books. Well, that's the Protestant canon. That's not the historical canon. For somebody who is so knowledgeable about ancient manuscripts and the composition of the New Testament and all that stuff, you think he'd at least give reference to the fact that the Reformation took 12 books out of the Bible. But he didn't. And apparently this has irritated Sam Shamoun. And so he's been trying to get Wes Huff to debate him. I think Jay called out Wes and wanted to debate him on sola scriptura as well. But Wes apparently said that he's not going to debate anytime of recent. So, anyways, I want to show you a little bit of this. This is this guy covering some of the things that Sam Shamoun said. And I was looking at Sam's page and I saw a few things regarding Wes Huff, but those are long streams, kind of like my streams. And I didn't know where exactly to find the clips that this guy was referring to. So we're going to play this guy's video, but again, warning, this guy's a black Hebrew Israelite, I believe. So anyways, this is him talking a little bit about Sam calling out Wes right here.
His followers, for all of Protestants.
To attack.
Fair use. Let's play this.
Because when you attack one of these idolaters, idol, who masquerade as servants of the Lord Jesus Christ, they manifest, they foam, they bark, they do the very thing you say they will do, but in their stupidity, they don't realize they're doing it. For instance, I'm calling out Wes Huff, and if you see the post, which I'm going to share with you, of another rabid dog pretending to be a humble servant of the Lord Jesus Christ, some lowlife spiritual scum, Jesse Ramirez, wild tattoos on his neck, did the very thing I said these man worshippers would do, these personality cult followers would do.
So he's saying because Wes Huff has, a big following now after decimating Billy Cars, that people who support him or learn from him, he's a cultic personality. And
so we're going to skip some of his editorial, as you can see. But yes, he's pointing out, Sam's trying to point out that Wes has grown exponentially overnight after the Billy Carson thing, now especially after Rogan. And so I think his channel, is it over 1 million people now? Let me see. I have his thing pulled up. No, it's 4. So he's gained. He was just, I remember right when the Billy Carson thing happened, he was just shy of 100,000. So he's gained 300,000 or close to 300,000 followers, subscribers on YouTube since the Billy Carson debate. So his stuff is skyrocketing. And you put in Wes Huff and everybody in the Christian sphere kind of knows what's going on, what they're talking about. But yeah, Sam is apparently upset because some of what he would consider cultic followers of Wes got into his chat and were trying to use some of the Wes's arguments against things that Sam had been teaching. So we'll continue on because he plays more of Sam, but I'm going to skip through this man's editorial.
People are idolized from you and support you.
Stupidity.
Them worshipers of you are idolaters.
but in their stupidity, they're so blind they don't see it. It's disgusting. So the Lord Jesus have mercy on him and pity me.
Jealousy. If
And you should see the vitriol in the comment section. Now, the beautiful thing about these dogs, they don't know I muzzle them in more than one way. And may God crush my flesh, but never be politically correct. Not only do I cuss them out and muzzle them when they manifest here, but I have my comment section set up where I have to review your comment before.
Wait, are those cornflakes up there? Hold on a second.
This was the one part of the video I actually thought the guy was kind of funny. Is that cornflakes up there?
Bro's eating cornflakes.
Comment section set up where.
Bruh, you on here eating cornflakes. Like, and then it's so hypocritical to say Wes Huff followers or supporters are in your comment section with so much vitriol after how you've talked about people throughout the annals of time, how disrespectful you are, even to me, kicked me off your show.
I don't fault Sam for kicking a Black Hebrew Israelite off his show. I mean, like somebody pointed out in the chat, I saw when Jay interacted with one. I mean, they're difficult to exchange with. So no fault given to Sam. And I've said this before. I think Sam is the best apologist in Christianity regarding Islam. I mean, I've watched so many of his clips taking down Muslims. It's fantastic. His rhetoric, I'm not here to tone police anybody, right? I'm good friends with Jay and Andrew. I don't give a shit. Like, yeah, I make my personal position. I speak a little bit less harshly, I guess, if you want to say, but his point about talking about Wes and his followers being dog. Okay. I could see why that would be offensive, but that's kind of Sam. I mean, you watch Sam's stuff, that's how he is, Sam, he's he he likes to call he likes to call people's mothers whores and stuff like that. So it is what it is. I'm not big into tone policing Christian apologists. It is what it is. And some of the people you interact with are so vulgar, you almost have to be just to respond to them. Being polite and trying to be intellectual or erudite and sophisticated in your response doesn't get you anywhere. And sometimes the rhetoric is necessary. I mean, you watch Andrew, sometimes the rhetoric is necessary and it's funny. But it is what it is. So anyways,
running scared.
I doubt anybody's running scared from Black Hebrew Israelite unless they have a gun.
Well, let's continue. And you eat cornflakes, bro. So you really can't talk about nobody. I could see if it was Frosted Flakes. No, I'm joking. I don't eat cereal at all.
I have to review your comment before I post it, you stupid dogs. So you stupid dogs who think you're spiritual and pious and humble, but you're full of idolatry and the beams in your eyes disgusting.
All you Wes Huff followers, all you Protestants,
keep barking and foaming and manifesting like the dogs you are, and your comments don't get through. Once in a while they slip through and then I have to cuss them out.
What are we doing here? This is Christianity. This is the fruits of the spirit. This is benevolence. This is the beatitude.
See, this is this false presentation of Christianity. You can't have divisive rhetoric when you're defending the tradition. If you take your faith seriously, you're passionate about it, I get it. I can get why somebody gets like that. May not be my how I want to do it, but I totally get it, So anyways, let's
your champions. We tried he rejected.
Is it confirmed, Asha? Is it confirmed, folks? Someone said that he publicly announced he will not accept any public debate challenges. Isn't that something that he stated? Can you confirm it? Holy Spirit, save me from stammering.
Yeah, as Ursh Man says, Christian apologetics isn't about being nice to somebody. Gary G says it's not COTEL's flavor of cornflakes. Yeah, exactly. the great value cornflakes. That's not my vibe. But and what Sam is addressing here is that Wes said he's not going to do any debates, and he's asking, at least in his chat, he's being told that Wes is getting ready to take on some type of like formal debate. Yeah. Yeah. St. Jerome was far from exactly. Exactly.
From stuttering, from error, from my list.
He did say that.
See, I was right. That's a good way to cover his tracks, isn't it? He's not humble, guys. It's these stupid, effeminate cowards who think they know the Bible, Christianity, that think he's humble because he comes off speaking nice. What a nice way to cover his tracks, because he knows.
Me personally, from what I've seen from Wes Huff, I think he's a pretty humble guy. That's just me speaking. Now, maybe he's fooled someone who I come from a repentant background, but through
him. The big guns will come after him, put him in his place. So already covered his tracks. I don't accept challenges. How did you do with Billy Carson? Remember what I said? I'm going to repeat. I don't like to debate.
Well, no, he's not saying that. He's not saying. See, with Billy Carson and Wes Huff, that was not a debate. So,
well, and I just want to say one thing, and I'm not here to defend Sola Scriptura of Wes Huff, but I've had people that are, and I'm not saying this is the dynamic between Sam and Wes, but there's like this rhetorical jab that people can do that if you're not interested in debating with them, then they keep saying that you're running scared, like you're scared to interact. No, sometimes, you just don't, you're not interested in debating with somebody. And according to Wes, the reason why he doesn't want to debate, good, whether it's true or not, it has to do with him being tied with his non-for-profit organization he's doing with like translating scriptures, and that he's finishing a PhD. And I can sympathize with that. Writing a dissertation is arduous. It takes tons of reading and then writing about the things that you read and trying to construct arguments and finding things that people haven't found. It takes a lot of time. I could understand why maybe Wes, if he says he's trying to finish his dissertation, why he doesn't want to debate. I mean, that's partly my own thing, is that once I finish mine, I'd be much more open to preparing for formal debates and doing stuff like that. If I do a debate, I want to be really well prepared. And at least for me, that takes, some time to prepare for, but that's time taken away from other activities. So at least to steelman whatever Wes is, and I'm not here to defend his position. I actually sympathize with Sam's position. But I could understand if you didn't want to do like big, high profile, formal debates with people because you're busy doing other stuff. That makes a little bit of sense. But Andrea says Wes he said he needs 6 months of preparation. Whoa, 6 months. I don't know if you need 6 months. That's quite a bit. I didn't hear him say that, but I was thinking more like a week or so. If you have like a big formal debate you're going to do, I could understand, spending a week diving into a topic. 6 months. That seems a bit excessive for a formal debate. Unless this is like on, an academic discussion on ancient scriptures and manuscripts, and you have to, be really nuanced on certain things. Okay, maybe, but 6 months? 6 months, that's a long time for a formal debate. 6 months, if it's in your wheelhouse of specialty. I don't know about that. That's a long time. That's a pretty long time. Jason Scholl became a COTEL crew member, renewed his membership. Thank you so much, Jason. Said, how do y'all get so based? King Crown. Thank you so much, Jason. He throws in $5. No comment. Really appreciate that, brother. H. Brossi throws in 5, says, Black Hebrew Israelites and Mormons perpetually at war for the most insane cult known to man. Agreed. A BHI leader said he wanted to whip the flesh off Jay. Yeah, that's the one I was referring to. I watched that. Wasn't that during one of his open panels where people can, or not a panel, but open debate. He does the open debate stuff, which is always fun to watch. I remember, I think that's the one that I remember. They're kind of vicious people to engage with. I could understand, why you wouldn't want to engage with people like that. Like, some people just aren't worth your time. So H. Brossi throws in 5, says, in regards to my last chat, this is the guy. Oh, this is the guy that said that? Oh, he is constantly talking about whipping and enslaving white people. Mormons are still crazier. I had no idea, H. Brossi, that this was the guy that told that to Jay. Oh my gosh. That is funny. That is funny. I did not realize that. And then Minya24 throws in 5, says, Wes brings up common prot talking points that have been debunked regarding. No, I totally agree, Minaya. That's why I do not support Wes's position. You know, I did think, as I said earlier, that I was happy that Joe Rogan got exposed to a Christian that is actually a creationist, actually believes in the literal incarnation. And some of the points he made during the Rogan appearance, I thought were good. But yeah, when it comes to the Sola Scriptura stuff, it's no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I totally agree with you, brother. And Jason Henley said, sending my heart out to you all. Oh, so sweet, Justin Henley. Thank you so much for that. And H. Brossi throws another one. Andrew J., Jim Bob, and Rachel are doing such good work at destroying this myth of niceness being equivalent to. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's really a rhetorical posture to like disarm Christians, right? This idea that you have to be so nice and care about the feelings and then tone policing people. That's not the point. The point is the substance of the argument, right? It's the substance of the argument. If somebody goes straight to ad hominems before providing a substantive argument, yeah. But even with, people criticize Andrew for his rhetoric, but I've never seen Andrew go straight to ad hominems ever. When he does debates, whether you like Andrew or not, I know some people, I know him personally. I like Andrew. I think, and he's a good friend. I think he's a really good man. I personally like him. People have said that, people have been critical of me because of my friendship with Andrew. And you guys can screw off. Like, I know Andrew personally. He's a good dude. And I've never seen Andrew, though. The point I was making is I've never seen him go straight to ad hominems in a debate. He has substantive arguments. He makes the point. He has logical follows based on the argument and the premise. And if people then go into ad hominems, he's just not shy to engage in that. Andrew's just not shy to throw mud. So if they get in the mud, Andrew's very willing to jump in there and throw it with them. But I've never seen him go to straight ad hominems in a debate. He makes substantive arguments. And if people are respectful for him, he's been respectful. So I totally agree with you, H. Brossi. Andrew, Jay, Jim Bob, Rachel, those are all my friends. And I know all of them personally. And they're good people. They're good people. So the tone policing is just a rhetorical way to disarm Christians in regards to substantive debate. And if they say something that is mildly harsh, oh, well, now you're not being a Christian. So how can your position be accurate because you said something that hurt my fifis and therefore you're not a good role model for Christianity? Yeah. No, I totally agree with this base dad. Andrew's just blunt. He's not mean. I know Andrew. Like he's not mean. He's actually like a really good friend. And he's an honest guy. So, maybe he's a little jagged around the edges for some people. Okay. But he's not a mean person. So, and then David C throws in $20 with a super sticker. Thank you so much, David. Really appreciate that, my man. God bless you. And let me just check the dono chat real quick. Again, dono chat, shout out to Andrew. He's the one that hooked me up with that. He's helped me. Andrew's helped me behind the scenes that you guys don't know about with, people that work for him. Andrew's always been a really good friend to me. And for me as a man, I defend people based on my interactions with them. And so, Andrew can do something that, say I even disagreed with it. I'm not going to denounce it. I have a personal relationship with him. He's never been wrong to me at all. He's a good dude. He's a good friend. And I think more men need to be like that. Like if you're a good friend, you have their back. That's the point. That's the point of actually having friends. So, no, Andrew's a good dude, and I wouldn't say anything bad about him. He's never done anything bad to me. Oh, Chase Haggard. Oh, he's got a vendetta against Andrew. He says, I watched Andrew cause the fall of mankind. This Chase Haggard guy. Oh, unreal. Andrew is responsible for the death in the world. This Chase Haggard guy. Oh my gosh. It's just totally insufferable. Man. I love you. Actually, the last 2 times I was at Andrew's house, I was with Chase. Chase was actually there with me. So, yeah, I love you, Chase. Love you, Wilsons, Rachel, and Andrew. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate your friendship. I'll always have your guys' back. Yeah, he says Andrew's a personal friend. Him and Rachel are good people. Exactly. So anyways, got derailed there. Jay Hamza throws in 20, says, if you haven't heard of these individuals who know a lot, give Birthright a look. It's a book by Timothy Alberino. He's also part of the End Times Clips and End Times Productions. He's also on YouTube. God bless, brother. No, I've never heard of him. Timothy Alberino. You guys in the chat ever heard of Timothy Alberino? Let's pull it up. I have no idea. Timothy Alberino. Oh, I've seen him. I've seen his photo. I'm not familiar with some of his stuff. I've never watched his videos, but I have seen people. I've seen that profile pic. I think it's the same one on Instagram. I've seen that before. Hold on, let me get back to Jay Hamza's. So if you haven't heard of these individuals who know a lot, give Birthright a look. Birthright. Is that on here? Birthright. Oh, Birthright series, the Christocentric perspective. Okay. Extraterrestrial angels. All right, I'll check it out. I've never watched any of these. Cool. All right. Well, I'm not big of the kind of Peruvian alien stuff, and Randall Carlson, he has some stuff that I agree with, but you know, it's he also has some kind of new age spiritual beliefs that I wouldn't agree with. But I'll check this out, Jay. Thanks for sharing it with me. I'll go through some of this stuff and see what he's got. They're short videos, so I could get through them pretty quickly. So, anyways, thanks, Jay. Really appreciate that, Jay Hamza. Thank you for all your support, brother. Okay, let's get back to this video. My gosh, I'm all over the place right now. All right.
So you see, you pick any. This is Gary loving.
Think they're the Christian themselves to do a crusade against these guys because they think they're the Christian. But thank you for being a stupid bastard and sending him $100, because now he's going to use that $100 to further expose you Protestant sons of the devil.
So this channel, Capturing Christianity, you have I forget his name, but it's his channel, and he's exposing some of Wes Huff's error, although he does it graciously. He doesn't do it in a malicious or, you know, a capture is about.
So thank you. You guys can't see what he wrote. So thank you. Being such a stupid demonic dog, tool of Satan, he just gave him $100 to help him further advance the truth. And
so if you guys can't see, he's talking about this $100 super chat that just came in. And it says, let this be an example, my friends. Romanism and those aligned will all gladly crusade the rest of us in a sacred heartbeat. What? In a sacred heartbeat. So I guess this is a Protestant sending in $100 to thank them because the Catholics would crusade the Protestants. What?
Expose these rabid Protestant dogs, and not all Protestants. So don't lie. I didn't say all Protestants.
I mean, after a while, Sam's just funny. I mean, Protestant dogs. I mean, it's definitely not going to ingratiate you with yeah, that's how I feel. Even I love Sam, even though I disagree with him at times. Some of this stuff's funny. You know, calling all Wes Huff and all his followers Protestant dogs, probably not going to ingratiate you well with him. Probably not going to get a formal debate set up, but when he says it's kind of funny. Yeah, Sacred Heartbeat. That is corny. It's corny but hilarious.
And silence you and crush your lies and misinformation.
Do you guys see the favoritism? So he has disdain towards Protestants. He calls them dogs and, you know, all of that. But he's trying to say not all Protestants. Why? Because you got some of his flunkies like, I'm not going to say any names, excuse me. I apologize for that. But people who he has to be in line with and network with on certain platforms. So he has to make sure that door is still, but
now you can say I'm harsh.
Yeah, you
and
are.
I'm mean, and you don't like me. Okay, if that's the reason why people dislike me, how do you explain the backlash against capturing Christianity?
Yeah, they did him wrong, and he corrected Wes Huff very respectfully and politely, and they still did him wrong. I get that, but this is the skirmishes in this all-loving religion known as Christianity.
So, all right, we're gonna now go to the next video because you guys kind of get the point. And this was argued. He said Wes Huff fires back at Sam Shamoun, and I did not see him firing back because this video right here that he's getting ready to show. If you go right here, let me save this one for later. Pull this off, and then go, bam. So it took me 2 seconds to figure out what this guy that he just clipped a 3-year-old video. So if you go Wes Huff, Sola Scriptura, where is it? Here it is, right here. So it's 3 years old. What are you talking about? Wes Huff firing back at Sam. This is a 3-year-old video, and this is what he's showing. His presentation on Sola Scriptura. Is this not what he's showing right here? It looks like that's what he's showing, right? So here's him talking. Here's the beginning part of this video with Sam.
Everybody, I hope y'all are all well. Let's get right into it. Y'all remember this.
False teaching, doctrines of demons, and defend the truth. So thank you, Lord Jesus, because of Wes Huff, now the ancient churches will arise and hundreds of thousands more will leave Protestantism. Glory to Jesus Christ. Amen. You stupid dog.
So that was just from a week or so ago where Sam Shamoun expressed to Wes Huff that he is a unsmart dog. I'll say that for lack. This is see the last the dog shooting more shots. This was from the 17th, January 17th. Let's play it.
Some final statements. Just letting you know, we had about 1,400 people. We still have close to 1,300.
Praise God.
That blesses my heart because that tells me we got serious people want to know about the canon.
Yeah.
Let alone that some people want to see what we got to say about Wes Huff. See that UFC mentality. But glory to God, Protestants, whether you like it or not, the most important issue is if you're sola scriptura, you got to know the canon. There is no sola scriptura without the scriptura, and you can't know the scriptura if you don't know the history of the canon.
Yeah. You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to.
Hey, that's a point. Punch landed. Punch landed. Now, I agree with the term authority. You claim to have the running.
To bring it up, I bring it up all the time.
Yeah.
And boy, do people get flustered that I bring it up in debate after debate after debate. You can be certain that I'm going to use the Deuterocanon to the point where Sam just laughs. He knows I'm going to bring it up.
Yeah, I know.
You better know it because I'm going to bring it up. Yep.
Anything from the gentle giant, the 6'8" Hulk Hogan of.
One final comment before we give Gary the last word. One final comment. I want you to confirm. Am I right or wrong? Muslims are zeroing in on the fact that Protestants lack the
Oh, yeah.
Deuterocanonical books in their Bibles. Muslims are taking advantage of it now.
Well, hey, that's going to be a
And fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, that's why Protestantism is just an untenable position. And this idea by Joel Webbin that Orthodoxy is a fad and all these young men are going to return to these American Protestants, it's not going to happen. And he totally misdiagnosed the reason why people are leaving. And once they understand, the canon and scripture, church history, doctrine, theology, you're not going to give up Orthodoxy or even an apostolic church like Catholicism for American Protestants. It's not going to happen. It doesn't make any sense.
Another battle for targeted by, the
and this is just disingenuous by this guy who pushed that envelope. Wes Huff is not firing back at Sam Shamoun. This is, like I said, a 3-year-old video. This has nothing to do with him addressing Sam Shamoun's criticism.
Islamic
and
the ultimate say.
Alleging that he does.
To me,
so all he does is just show the video that I just pulled up. See? So it's total clickbait. It's not real, but I will show you guys the stream. This is the one that this is the stream. This is the stream that we just watched the end of and the concluding comments. And so I'm going to play a few of the arguments because this is more to the point, substantive arguments about the Deuterocanon and where Wes Huff has gotten certain things wrong regarding the canon. And so this was done 4 days ago. So this is a 4-day-old stream over on Sam's channel. You can see I'm subscribed. I follow some of his stuff. And I'm going to play just a few points of the stream where you can kind of hear the arguments that these guys are making against Wes Huff. So, and you guys can find it's Wes Huff refuted defending the canon of Scripture. Again, Sam's right here. And this is, Wes is going to have to deal with this. And that's where I was surprised, being an ancient manuscript scholar, that he's Protestant. Because I don't know how you would delve into that cultural realm and then end up in a Baptist church. What? And even he admitted, or did he? Maybe it was something else I was watching. Has Wes Huff admitted about the oral tradition of the Old Testament and the New Testament? Has he defended the oral tradition of the New Testament or not? I'm not sure. Anyways, here's Sam.
Antiquities had access to a Hebrew text of First Maccabees. Both Origen and Jerome knew of the Hebrew version. That's big. If you've got Josephus, the earliest Jewish historian, has access to one, and Origen, the compiler of the Hypsopla, and the great biblicist Saint Jerome knew of the Hebrew version. Sam, isn't that pretty significant?
That is, actually, I didn't even know this. See, this is why, man, you guys, oh boy, I wish I can remember this so I can debate this. But glory to God, it's preserved. So here you go. Josephus had a Hebrew version of Maccabees, which actually caused me to ask you guys a question, you experts. So Origen and Jerome had access to a Hebrew copy of Maccabees. And yet here, Wes Huff says that they're originally in Greek, not in Hebrew. This is why, Wes, I know you're watching this. I'm pretty certain you are.
Yeah.
I say this in love. Please revise your arguments. Hear the best the other side has to offer. You owe it to your audience. Stop parroting these arguments, because if someone uses your arguments to someone informed, they'll be embarrassed. Now, I want to ask a question. Let's assume that you guys help me out on this. If Maccabees, there was no original Hebrew. Now we see there was, right? There was a Hebrew. There's evidence of it. I want to know, how would the Jews at the time of Jesus know about Hanukkah and celebrate it? Because in John 10:22-23, we're told our Lord celebrated Hanukkah. For you Protestants, it may come a shock, and this is one of the things that troubled me. In John 10:22-23, go read it. John says it was the feast of the dedication. Well, Hanukkah means dedication. It was winter. Hanukkah takes place in winter, and Jesus is in Jerusalem, Solomon's colonnade. If, let's assume, there was no Hebrew original, and there was just the Greek, if you're insisting that it has to be in Hebrew for it to be canonical, because the Greek is not good enough, then I want to know, on what basis did Jesus our Lord honor this feast when the only recorded history of it is in a Greek version? How does that work?
Now, I'll briefly take.
So I just want to address Rachel's point here because I think it's really astute. She's regarding Wes. She says he may not really know as much theology as we assume, and if texts are his thing, which according to him it is, and he loves, studying, old. What is that? Studying ancient manuscripts and forgeries and stuff like that. He was kind of the perfect person to engage with Billy Carson with the claims he's making. But if he really isn't super strong in theology, it kind of makes sense maybe why he says he needs 6 months to prepare for a debate concerning, Christianity, or at least his theological positions of sola scriptura and Christianity. That would kind of make sense. And she says, if texts are his thing, I can kind of see why sola scriptura would appeal to him. Yeah, I agree. I think maybe you're right, Rachel, is that he may not be in a position because theology is often, tied with a sort of philosophical training because there's a lot of overlap. I mean, theology isn't philosophy, but certainly there's overlap there within terms and jargon and stuff like that, a scriptural scholar may not have ever been educated and stuff like that. So it makes sense. Maybe he feels self-conscious about it, and that's why he needs 6 months to prepare for the next formal debate he's going to do. I think Rachel's probably right.
I'll let David and Gary chime in, but look very clearly what you've got there, and that's a great example, Sam. In fact, you bring it up very often. I don't think Catholics and Orthodox realize how powerful it is, but what our Lord is doing is he's affirming the historical events. Where are they recorded? First Maccabees. And our Lord's presence at the feast and him engaging with the crowd indicates he's acknowledging with the tradition. He's acknowledging the tradition and by extension, the historical and theological basis of this in the so-called deuterocanonical text. The people so-called deuterocanonical, we know it's part of our Old Testament. So that's very powerful, this acknowledgement there, this affirmation here. There's really, in my opinion, really no way around it. But, Gary, I'd love to hear your thoughts, and then perhaps David.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, why he honored this particular feast when there was no, if he followed only the rabbinic canon, there wasn't any biblical, basis for the feast. Yeah. And by the way, for the synagogues for celebrating Hanukkah, this has been a problem because they don't have writings, to cover that.
Isn't that ironic?
For that, yeah.
Say that again, Gary. Do you hear what he said? Even though Jews celebrate Hanukkah, do they have any scriptural basis in there?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. So they actually used a Maccabee substitute that they would read. I forgot what the name of the text was, though. Yeah. But because they needed readings for the feast. So
the next point, so down here, thankfully somebody put some timestamps on this talk. And so I wanted to move. So guys, I'm going to share this. If you guys want to go through the intricacies of this stream of Sam Shamoun kind of with these gentlemen trying to correct the shortcomings of Wes Huff, I want to go through a couple more. So here is, where was it? Critique of Wes Huff's understanding of the canon and Dead Sea Scrolls. I thought this one was interesting.
No, go ahead. Yeah, this is a real rookie mistake. I mean, because it's Esther that's famously missing from Qumran.
Yes.
But go ahead, David.
So before we get too deep into that, I just want to catch up on the super chats. And on Streamlabs, Chester Cheese throws in another 5 and says, one of the things that pushed me away from Calvinism was the idea I couldn't associate with my friends that don't practice Christianity as strict as I do. I do wish Andrew was more patient, but he's one of the reasons I'm where I am now. So I'm grateful. Absolutely. And we all have different roles. So we, God willing, God can use us in different ways. So if Andrew's a reason for where you're at now, Chester Cheese, glory to God. God works in mysterious ways. And over on YouTube, Treason in Theology, I like the name, and the profile pic, throws in two, says, heterodox fake orthos bullying people. Shocker. I'm not sure who the heterodox fake orthos bullying people are. Well, thanks for the $2, Treason in Theology. And Jay Hamza, shout out to Jay, man. So generous today. Throws in another 20, says, to be more precise, Timothy is a researcher. He's interviewed many important individuals, and Birthright is a book he has on Amazon, as well as a book of Enoch. Thank you for the content. My Orthodox journey is because of you. Well, glory to God, Jay. I'm humbled if I've helped in any way. And for me, I'm not people's, some people don't like me. They don't like the way I talk or that I present my information. So, different strokes for different folks. And Jay, I'm humbled that if my content helped you come to Orthodoxy, glory to God. Really, really appreciate the support, man. Thank you very much. And then Ben Folds 5 chairs, throws in 10, says, to be frank, I think it was Billy Carson that said he needed 6 months. That's why he was trying to get it pulled, because he didn't know it was going to be a debate. Could be wrong though. Okay. I didn't hear the Wes Huff six months to debate thing. I also heard Billy Carson say that he would debate anybody, anywhere, at any time, because he is the #1 authority on like these ancient Babylonian manuscripts and stuff like that. So I don't know. You may be right. Ben Folds 5 chairs. Not sure. I'm sure somebody in the chat probably is a little bit more aware than I am. But thank you very much for the support. So
I just don't know how you can appeal to the Dead Sea Scrolls as a Protestant.
Yeah,
it's just strange to me.
Yeah. And I'd like to. I'm gonna be the good guy today. I'd like to give Wes the benefit of the doubt and say maybe he just doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't know. I don't think he's deliberately lying. I don't think, But Sam, that being the case, don't put yourself forth as an expert on the canon.
You just read my mind. I don't say he's lying.
Our brother Mendoza says Dyer would cook Wes respectfully. Yeah, I think so too. I think, as I've said 1,000 times, Dyer is the best Orthodox debater and apologist, especially concerning the topics of like Protestantism and Catholicism. I mean, I hands down, Dyer would dominate a Catholic or a Protestant, and I don't really care who they are. So I totally agree, Mendoza.
But I say that he should not be speaking off the cuff, and he should be humble enough not to make statements, because now he's in the public limelight. He's aware when he talks about canon issues, he knows this. There'll be Orthodox Catholic who are going to be listening, and if he makes mistakes, they're going to capitalize on it, especially when he says certain statements like saint worship. You're asking to be refuted.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not saying he's lying. And I told people he's parroting outdated arguments and lies from others. Not that he's lying. He just takes it at face value, like I did with James White. So if you asked me about Josephus, I didn't think I was lying. I was trusting the scholarship of James White, and I would have been embarrassed. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Now, my personal opinion, and what do I know? Wes doesn't seem like a deliberate liar to me. I think Rachel's point is probably more accurate. Maybe he's just not that sharp in theology, and he really does say what he believes to be true, and he is parroting outdated Protestant arguments that have already been debunked, and anybody who's serious about finding, the information and coming to ultimate conclusions regarding these topics wouldn't be parroting that stuff on major platforms. But so be it.
There's no doubt about that. And look, if you're evangelical and you're tuning in and you're a Protestant, I hate to break it to you. Stop parroting James White. They're not good arguments. I had a debate about a week ago. Sam, the gentleman I debated tried parroting James White throughout the whole debate. Alton. And it didn't go well for you, Alton, brother. I know you're tuning in. You've been enjoying tuning in. God bless you, brother. But as Alton found out, repeating the arguments from James White, it will not work. They're bad. They're sloppy. They're outdated. We've refuted them. Gary refuted them a long time ago. These are not good arguments. But let me go ahead and read
Let me
this.
confirm
Go
one
ahead,
thing.
brother. Go ahead,
I want those who made the mistake of using James White's argument in debate against William, because James White won't touch William. I'm not saying it because he's here. It's a fact. James White doesn't want to acknowledge the existence of William. And he can't say, well, because he's not credible. William has debated a who's who of, to say Esther, right?
This was the next section I want to show you guys where they're talking directly about Wes.
But it came out Ruth. I think he meant to say Esther, because if he had said Ruth and Esther, then I would know definitely he meant, you know, he is distinguishing Ruth from Esther, but he didn't mention Esther. So he said that Ruth. So I think he's misspoke and thought it was, you know, he meant to say Esther, but it came out. But that's again speaking. And again, Wes, I know you're listening. Someone's going to bring this to attention. I mean this from my heart. Stop speaking off the cuff.
Yep.
Stop just blurting out whatever comes to your mind. Slow down, think, take a breath. I'm saying this with all sincerity.
And this is good advice from Sam, honestly.
Because there are unbelievers listening to you. They're being misinformed. And just simply say, well, you know what? I don't want to speak off the cuff. Let me check back the facts and get back to you. Because it's not just you're going to get Catholics and Orthodox to come after you and say, look at these errors. Unbelievers will listen to you and think what you're saying is true. And then you're going to have someone like Alex O'Connor, who is studied to try to refute Christian claims, go after you.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. 100%. Gary and David, any particular wrap-up thoughts? That was the final slide. Anything on your mind? I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I just would like to emphasize again that Sirach was certainly viewed as scripture in Stada and the Dead Sea Scrolls, because it was written in this special format that was reserved for biblical books. And this comes from the Jewish scholar Immanuel Toh, who is one of the best, really. And he's Jewish, he's not Christian. So.
Correct. He is Jewish. He has no dog in this battle between Protestant versus Catholic canons at all.
So, guys, that's going to probably conclude today's stream. Man, we just hit the 4-hour mark. I was not expecting this to last for 4 hours, but thank you all so much for the support. I think we got to do more of these like massively encompassing news streams. They seem to be pretty popular, and everybody really had a fun time. I thought it was fun too. So smash that like. Really appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much. Let's look at the final conclusion of our last poll regarding Vivek. Was Vivek right about Americans and the H-1Bs? 69% no, 31% yes. Looks like I am in total agreement with my chat. So thank you guys very, very much for being here. Crispy says BLA is getting ready to go live. Oh, yeah, let's raid them. Let me pull that up. Let's go raid our brother BLA. Love that guy. King Pill Baselit Analyzer. There we go. All right. There we go. All right, guys. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for everybody who supported today. Really, really appreciate it. And I'm going to be sending you guys over to my friend, my compatriot. I have a lot of fondness for my brother BLA. So hope you guys go over there, support him. Even if you don't stay, go like his stream, tell him something nice. And I'll see you guys in the next one, which will be Thursday. I'll be back on Thursday, and Friday I'll be joined. I'm going to be joining Glenn Lawrence on Friday. So we got streams Thursday, Friday. And like I said, I'm preparing a sponsored stream on a comparison between Orthodoxy and Confucianism. And so I'll do that probably Saturday or Sunday. I guess if we do content Thursday and Friday, I'll save the Orthodox stream for Sunday. So I'll see you guys on Sunday night. God bless you all. God bless your families. Thank you all so much for the support. I love you guys. And I'll see you in the next one. As always, until then, God bless.